People don't like to talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize the need and what is best for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for riding many tracks. Get one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price.
So in affection you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph thing. Complex I made when I left home, red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
All my energy is played in my time in the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. Try to fix my mind and the habits would be using me. All are in the way I say, cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You ripped out all the segments of my soul, cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted by the same.
You cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph thing. Comments I made when I left home, red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Can you hear me? Hi. Hi, 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 hi. Hello. Hello. Radon, where have you been, Radon? Hello, Radon. Glad to see you here. Hello, guys. Excuse me. Hello, guys. Like, hi. Hi. So I decided to automatically get into the jester gear because, why not? We're going to be watching for a little bit at least the White House press conference that'll be live today. Just for you, Alyssa. Just for you. You all deserve it. You all deserve it. We're going to be watching the White House press conference for a little bit today. Pink. My facial hair is pink. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know. I had trouble choosing the color for the beard. Um, looking professional to me. Thank you very much, Malzord. Thank you. Okay. So, maybe we'll do this more often where I'll just start the damn thing. I'll just start the damn thing being dressed up like a jester. Anyway, so here we got I know, right? Because I actually took the time on it, Alyssa. I took the time on it. This is what happens when I do it before I stream. It actually looks good because I can take the time to make it look good, right? Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you. All right. So let's see here what we got here. Who do we got here? We got SoCal. Hello, SoCal. SoCal, I hope you're doing well. I hope you'll give me a life update at some point soon here. Maybe on Discord or whatever. I hope you're doing well. I got some coffee. All right. Hello, Doug. Hello, Doug. Glad to see you here, Doug. Who else we got? We got. Why is this all so messed up and shit? I just want it to look good. Why won't it just look good, guys? Jesus Christ. Jesus. Okay, there we go. That's better. Who else we got here? We got AMA. Hello, AMA. AMA. Glad to see you here, AMA. Hello, Sir Bart. Sir Bartholomew. Hello, 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 Meowzord. Hello, Meowzord. Alyssa. Hello, as always, Alyssa. So glad to see you here. Pizza That Giant, which makes me hungry. Hello, Pizza That Giant. I love it. Thank you. Hello, Pizza That Giant. Radon. Oh, you think about it, it's been a few months, Radon, but I'm glad to see you here. Okay. Hello, and I remember Radon. I remember you though, right? I have a very long memory, Radon. Okay. Hello, Louise. Hello, Louise. Hello, Body Swap. You heard the jingles. Oh, I need to turn off the mic, I guess, when I'm not on. Oh well. Anyway, so okay. What else we got here? We got Meowzord. Howard Lutnick admits taking family to Epstein Island, but like only for lunch and like only for an hour. I mean, oh God, right? It seems to be what they all are saying here. Letitia, excuse me, Letitia, I noticed I was calling you James and it's actually Jarman. I did a Kahoot with the community and you were one of the answers. I mean, you weren't a correct answer, but you know how there's like multiple choice. You were one of the correct answers. And I'm like, wait a minute, it's Letitia. It's not, it's Letitia Jarman, not Letitia James. Oopsie, I'm getting old. My eyesight isn't as good as it used to be. I'll just call you Letitia. How about that? What else we got? Did I miss anyone? Macon's here. Hello, Macon. Yes, we're already in the makeup. I decided to start with the makeup. Okay. And also, Letitia, you tried to tell me that, and apparently I didn't see your message. But anyway, hello. Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. So glad you're here, Outer Signal. All right. Okay, gotcha. Tish. I'll call you Tish. All right, so we got some stuff to do. So obviously, that's a good point, Meowser. We could do that. We could do like a weekly goal for the makeup. But I just decided, guys, because we're gonna be watching the White House press conference, I better look good anyway. Or better because we're gonna be doing some jesting. And really it's more professional if I just start this way, right? Because that's my job. I'm a jester, rather than trying to profit off of being a jester. So, off of putting those stuff on, I need to look professional. So anyway, if one can look professional wearing this kind of makeup, so this is what we're going to do, folks. To begin with, I need to paint my nails again. Okay. I need to paint my nails again. So if we get 3 super chats, if we get 2 super chats, if we get 2 super chats, I'll put on the collar. All right. No, I won't put on the collar. For every super chat, you get to choose a nail to paint. I mean, you get to choose a color for one of my nails because I need to repaint them. All right. Oh, thank you, Amy. I did. I'll put the boot back. Don't worry. You get to choose the color for one of my 10 nails. All right. Yay, 10 nails. You'll get to choose between multiple colors. That would be $2 over on YouTube, or 200 bits over on Twitch. Okay, so you can help me paint my nails because they need to be painted. And all right, so we got some things to do, guys. We got some things. First of all, at 1 p.m. And guys, I know, some people hate it. Some people hate it. We are going to be live watching the White House Goebbels. I'm sorry. Shit. What's her name? Oh, I can't remember. Braun. No. Shit. The White House press propagandist. Pink. Thank you, Pizza. Yes, you get pink. Pink will be one of the colors. Thank you, Pizza. You get pink. We're going to be watching her live press conference, which should be at 1, but she'll probably be late. In the meantime, so we'll be doing that. Okay. I got you, SoCal. All right, let me know, please. Then we'll be doing some shit. Okay, some other random shit about news and shit like that. Okay. So that's good, right? That's good. Yes, there you go. KK Caroline Tish. Exactly. I'm just practicing saying your name correctly now. So we will do that, and that'll be fun, right? I know some of you love when we watch the press conferences because you think it's deeply valuable and important for your intellectual stimulation. So we'll be doing that. Then we'll have some other shit to do. We have some reactions to do. We have some news to talk about. We have a bunch of horror to face together in absolute horror. So we'll do that. That's fun. Are we excited? All right. So let's get to it. Let's see here. Where is it? Where is the thing we're going to be watching? First of all, while we're waiting for that, okay, let me quickly, I'm going to pull up what we're doing, but yesterday was a press conference for some of the Epstein survivors, all right? And, by the way, that shit's going on. If you look at mainstream news, that shit isn't going on, but that's still a thing, by the way. The cabal of pedophiles that run the country, still a thing, very much still a thing. White House press conference. Okay, so that's good. We love that. Let's see here. White House press conference. Okay, we'll do this. Okay, so I'll have this up and ready in case she goes live so we can watch KK Caroline together. Meanwhile, guys, Trump is threatening to refuse to open a bridge that Canada built to connect our two countries. And you know what I say to that, folks? I say to that, good on Canada. That's good for Canada. Maybe they shouldn't open the bridge because they certainly don't want any Americans going into Canada. So, okay. Here we go. Where'd my face go? All right, so there we go. There we go. Okay, so there's good. I agree, Sir Bartholomew. I think you should annex. Yep, absolutely, Doug. But unfortunately, Trump is like randomly making demands like I agree, Big Braden. It's like you Canadians over there, you should, in a form of protest, you should torch your side of the bridge. Trump is like, well, because Canada isn't giving us shit that we want. And Canada is and Canada's he's just being a petulant child. And really, I am all for Canada. Oh, Canada, my home and native land. All right. God bless Canada. Okay. So, all right. So that's good. That's fun. So we'll wait to see what happens here. Now, there've been other news too, of course. There's been lots of other news. There's been news oh my God, I hate when I get an itch on my face when I'm oh no, did I mess it up? I may have. Fuck it. I hate getting an itch on my face when I have makeup on. So yeah, it can't be making it easier to be invaded by a friend to the south, right? True patriot love. By the way, great national anthem. All right, you guys, let me put on. Oh, I just realized I don't even have this on yet. God, I'm slow today. I know, right? Right, Tish? Jesus. And by the way, please, go to Canada. Canada really ought to start advertising if they want well, they probably don't want an influx of migrants from the United States, but no doubt, folks, we're having massive brain drain in the United States, where a lot of our experts and intellectuals are leaving and going to other countries. A lot of our best scientists have gone to France and other places in Europe, for example. Yeah, Sir Bartholomew, you know what Canada should do? They should try to get in on some of that brain drain. They should start trying to prompt American scientists and academics to move to Canada. That would be very beneficial. Okay. For the Canadian economy and shit. Hey, I'm just saying, hey, if we're going to collapse, I'm all for at least it being beneficial, for other countries, right? At least the people here who can be valuable to other countries should be valuable to other countries. All right. Anyway, hello, Cody. Hello. Glad to see you here. Cody, hello, virtual violence. So glad to see you here. Yeah, that's true. Canada might single-handedly destroy the American whiskey business. Okay. All right. By the way, okay. So yesterday, and I'm going to wait for Caroline, KKK Caroline, to come on. Oh, they're starting to move around. You know what? We'll just pull this up. We'll chat in the meantime, guys. We'll chat in the meantime. Why not? Why not? Look, they're starting to mill about in the press room. So some other things that have been happening here. All right. I wanted to explore with you guys while we're waiting for KKK Caroline. I've been wanting to explore with you guys some things that have been happening in the realm of history. Oh my God, I forgot to put on the pink nail polish. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me a pizza. Exactly, Louise. See, that France was getting in on it. France did say scientists were welcome to go there and do research. And France, it's good for France, right? Yeah, Tish, okay. So other countries should get in on the brain drain. I got to tell you, like during Nazi Germany, there was massive brain drain. All the top German scientists left the country, basically, not all of them, but most of them, in order to escape the Nazis, and other countries greatly benefited from that. And I think that's what, why not? For the sake of the world, since our administration isn't letting our scientists benefit us, they should be benefiting someone, right? All for that. Okay. I'm very Lord of the Flies, right? Thank you, pizza. So there you go, pizza. I just did it, and now I have to make sure it looks. Okay. Oop. Oh God, I didn't do that great of a job, pizza. I'm going to admit to you. But hey, there you go. Pink. Boop. All right, guys. This is the Senate hearing with Arizona T-Mobile was stupid as hell. Lindsey Graham was screaming that they failed him as an individual. Oh my God, that sounds like such a Lindsey Graham thing to do. Okay, guys. So a few things here I wanted to talk about. Before KKK Caroline comes up. I've been noticing so one of the first things, thank you, Macy. I decided to start with it. Oh, thank you guys. You're going to make me cry and then you're going to ruin the makeup. Okay. So a few things here. Have you noticed that, Donald Trump and his administration are completely rewriting American history and distorting it? I'm sorry. That was a very sudden shift of tone, but I've been doing some research into all the shit that they're screwing with in terms of memory of the past. And to be clear, and this may be on, God, I feel like I'm losing my voice. This may be on a future Kahoot, but there is a difference between memory and history, right? And I've said this before. So history is sort of the study of what happened in the past and how it affects the present, okay? The study of the past and how it affects the present, all right? Now, this memory is basically what obviously what an individual, but what a society remembers about the past or focuses on about the past, okay? And it doesn't necessarily have to be true, and it is most of the time it's very biased, okay? So for example, there's a historical field called historiography, which is a history of writing history. And it's actually super interesting, right? But imagine being a historian of history, a historian of how history is written. Okay. And who has written history? There's also a subfield of history called the history of memory. Or it's just called memory and remembrance. How societies remember things from the past and what they remember about the past and why. And boy, is the Trump administration doing some weird stuff with memory. Okay. Boy, are they doing some weird stuff with memory. If you were to guess, guys, name some things in the chat that they are not wanting to talk about in regards to American history. Go ahead and list them. I'll wait. Name some. Oh, looks like they're live. Name some things in the chat that you think that they're not remembering about the past or that they don't want to remember about the past. 100%, Doug. J6. They're completely rewriting the memory of J6. What else? Slavery. 100%. That is the biggest one, especially. They don't, for some reason, want to seem to talk about slavery. Colonialism, correct, a pizza that giant, correct. COVID, okay? Now, they talk a little bit about colonialism, but it's only to praise it and to talk about how great it was and to talk about how, like, it was a great, settling the frontier and shit like that. Not the bad part, definitely. SoCal, equality, yeah, right? Okay, civil rights, okay, civil rights, absolutely. Education, the history of education. You all know it. You guys can guess, okay? You guys can guess. Yeah, the founding. They're very much whitewashing the founding of the country. Martin Luther King, they're whitewashing that shit. Okay, they're whitewashing all kinds of shit. And like to an extreme degree, this has always become this is Native Americans also trying to whitewash any talk of Native Americans. Now, this has always been an issue in American history. I'm not saying that we haven't whitewashed things before, but they're doing it to a pretty extreme degree. Like I've done a lot of traveling around the country and gone to a lot of historic sites, and typically American parks are pretty good at talking about like some of the dark parts of American history. Now, it's a bit different when it comes to curriculums in schools, but he's literally been going like they've been going to state parks and removing any mention of slavery, any mention of the civil rights, any mention of the dark side of colonialism. Okay. Yep. And they're tearing apart the Constitution. They're rewriting essentially what it means. They're rewriting the memory of what the Constitution means, which is scary because that a lot of times memory is what influences how the courts view the Constitution. You have to be somewhat of a historian to be a judge on the Supreme Court, to be a justice. And if they're messing with the history and the memory of it, that's going to be a problem. So we'll talk about that here in a bit. But okay, you know what? While we're still waiting for Caroline, there's been several organizations such as, oh, thank you, Finn. Thank you for being here. Please protect me, Finn. Definitely some Cold War revisionism. Here we have one of these sites, Freedom 250. Now, Freedom 250 is a nonprofit organization that claims to be non-biased and is basically being funded by a bunch of wealthy donors, and it claims to be doing non-biased history education and promotion to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States, but it's funded by a bunch of wealthy folks, and it's almost all pure, unadulterated white nationalist propaganda. And Trump is oftentimes talked about in it, and he is oftentimes mixed in with the history. Like his face is being put, you know what, we'll talk about this in a bit. But, I thought we could explore some of these sites a little bit. Here's okay, look, they have a quote by President Trump on this page. The story of America makes everyone free. Sorry, that couldn't help but laugh at that one. Who here has been historically free in America? Anyway, so, I mean, this is a hilarious statement because we have a bunch of people currently in concentration camps. The natives are still on reses and are impoverished because of our policies, and black people are still murdered and disproportionately imprisoned. We have more people in prison than any other country on the planet. So I don't know what they mean when they say the story of America makes everyone free, because I don't feel free. Do you feel free? Okay. You get my point, right? You get my point. So that's no good. So this is the sort of shit that they're promoting. And I thought maybe we could just look at some of these videos and shit. They've also been they've been doing these AI videos of the founding fathers, and like they add in quotes from like Ben Shapiro and shit and make it sound like the founding fathers said them or whatever. Okay. So it's just a bunch of bullshit, just a bunch of BS, all right? Good old-fashioned BS. I'm going to put this on, and I'm going to turn it down so that we can hear when KKK Caroline goes. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. The narrative of Trump being a CIA plant. Don't we love that rewriting of the narratives? And guys, one of the first things the Nazis did is they went through all the history textbooks in Germany and changed them to rewrite the history of the First World War. Like if you control the past, you control the future, okay? And you control the present. So it's just rewriting history, trying to delegitimize parts of it. Yeah, he definitely belongs in dirt. Oh, I know, pizza, right? I know, that's for sure. Oh, I'm so excited to watch this with you guys. Hello, Mr. King K. Aren't you excited? Okay. Yeah, I know, right? Macon, right? I mean, I'm not surprised, given he's a Zionist, and they're all a bunch of colonists anyway. So, okay, let's watch this while we're waiting. Let's just see what kind of propaganda we have.
After 250 years.
Here we go. Everyone ready for some propaganda? Let's watch some propaganda. I know, aren't you excited, Mr. King K? I knew you would love watching a White House press briefing. As a matter of fact, that's why we're doing this, Mr. King K, so that you can enjoy watching a White House press briefing, because I know you love it, Mr. King K. Okay, I'm sure it won't make you uncomfortable at all. Dolly Boy, thank you very much. What color do you want for one of my nails? We got gray, orange, red, green, purple. What color do you want? What color do you want? What color do you want? All right. What color do you want there? We already got hello, LaCroix. You want green? Okay, green it is. Yes, guys, I decided to start with the clown makeup today because, we're going to be doing some gesturing because we're going to be watching the White House press briefing. So God knows we need to get through it somehow, right? I don't know about you, but this is a good coping mechanism. Aren't you excited for that? All right. And it is partially selfish because it'll likely get more people in here to do this. Because people seem to like watching KKK Caroline. So we'll see. But I am warning folks, for the mods out there, be cautious. You all know what happens when we watch something like this. You all know what happens. We're going to get a bunch of probably trolls in here. Maybe. We'll see. But you all may have to do battle for the sake of the community out there, all right? All right, there we go. There's green. There's a green nail for you. Thank you very much. Dolly Boy, thank you very much. Welcome, Dolly Boy. Okay. All right. Exactly. I decided to dress up like I'm part of the circus. Now, I will say I've been a bad jester. There you go, Dolly Boy. You know why I've been a bad jester, guys? I've been a bad jester because I keep conflating clowns with jesters, right? They're absolutely not the same thing. Okay? They're absolutely not the same thing. I want to be clear, all right? And I know I've been doing it, but, a jester is not the same as a clown. Now, they have historically, there have been, sometimes clowns can be I guess the term anti-power or anti-authoritarian, I guess. But clowns are more about entertainment. Jesters are more about questioning power. And they're also about entertainment, but also questioning power. But regardless, I still like kind of mixing the clown and the jester thing because people don't know the difference, and it's fine. But let's be clear, guys. I am a jester, not a clown. So even though I use clown metaphors, we should be clear that I'm a jester. Okay? Oh, mimes are just full of shit. We don't talk about mimes, LaCroix. We don't talk about mimes. Okay, so. They're the unspoken part of this community. All right, so let's watch this while we're waiting. Everyone ready? This is called Freedom 250, celebrating the triumph of America's spirit. Everyone ready for it? Everyone ready? Let's watch. Let's watch some propaganda.
The American experiment still isn't finished. It's been built, tested, carried forward, and fought for. And we passed it on, hand to hand, life to life. Generations
there you go,
ago,
Ninjester.
People
you know how it is, Ninjester. Ninjester, who's a fellow jester, knows, right?
Risked everything to begin it. 250 years later.
Hello, Fetty.
Continues because freedom is worth it. This year, America turns 250.
Okay. I mean, it wasn't terrible. It was just a bunch of propaganda, but at least it wasn't screaming about trans people or something. Now, I will say, this is kind of funny. Because, scientifically speaking, if you have an experiment that fails that often, you might want to do a different experiment, right? It might be that you've disproven whatever you're trying to talk about, right? So if we want to, that was ordinary propaganda as opposed to fascist propaganda. So if 250 years of the American experiment, that's a lot of failed experiments. Maybe we ought to do a new one, right? Or something like that. Little side note there. If we want to continue the metaphor or the analogy, I should say, then the analogy there, we might want to do a new experiment. Okay, I think we can disprove we've disproven the hypothesis, don't you think? All right. So, still waiting on KK Caroline. What else? What other propaganda can we watch? Why not? While we're waiting, guys, let's watch some other propaganda. What? By the way, you know what? Actually, you know what? Let's do this. I want to look up Caroline. I don't know much about this lady. I just know she's a lunatic. Caroline Levitt. What do we know about this woman? Okay. Did she just eat a lemon? What is with her lips? I guess I can't show you that. It's hard to see. She's like puckering up, like she just... Anyway. Okay. Caroline Levitt. Look up her husband? Okay, sure. Was born... Okay, she was born in 1990. Oh my God, she's younger than I am. I'm so old. I'm so old. Oh my God, I can't believe that. I'm young. She's younger than I am. She's only 28 years old? Holy shit. Good God. Ugh. I didn't know a person could fail upward so quickly. Oh my God, I thought it took time to fail upward. Dear Jesus. All right. She studied politics and communication at St. Anselm College. Oh, what's that noise? Oh, that's them coming. They're coming. Okay, they're coming. All right, it's all plastic surgery, I'm sure. She looks 40. She looks 40 for 28. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know she was so young. Yeah, hate ages you. That's true. Yeah, isn't that crazy, Louise? Like God, I feel old. Oh, probably, Tish. Okay, let's see here. Levitt studied politics and communication. She interned at the White House Office of Correspondence and later became its associate director. When? How did she become... That is insane. In June 2020, she became an assistant White House press secretary. That is a year after she graduated. When she was still like only 20 or so? All right. Interesting. She must be either very... Well, maybe she's talented? I don't know. I'm guessing she must be very talented. Okay, interesting. She attended Central Catholic High School. Oh my God, I've been there before in Lawrence, Massachusetts. Yeah, Ivana. Hello, Ivana. Welcome, Ivana. Okay, talented, right? I mean, Louise, I was being careful with my words. I don't want to sound like I'm being misogynistic. Maybe she is talented, okay? And I know. But okay. I don't want to go down that road. I don't know enough about her. Okay, I don't know enough about her to make a judgment, but yeah. No, I know. Yeah, actually, you know what? That's a good point, Sir Bartholomew. Who cares? She's a Nazi. Okay, that's a fair point. Fuck her. All right, fuck her. I don't think she's talented at all. I think she's a Trump loyalist, and she's pretty, and people like hot secretaries. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm being misogynistic. I don't care. She's a Nazi. Fuck her. Thank you for bringing me back to reality, Sir Bartholomew. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm just super careful. All right. Oh my God, Finn, you're hilarious. Okay. Okay. Well, that's maybe Alyssa. I don't know. Is she? Yeah, there we go. Okay, guys. As long as you guys said it, I won't have to say it, okay? She has credited her Roman Catholic education as formative for her spirituality. I wonder if her priest also told her that the anus is an outie, not an innie. I will say, though, guys, a lot of Catholic schools do really good education. They do. There's actually stats on it. But I'm not defending the theological part of their education, but a lot of Catholic schools do pretty good education, like secular education along with the religious education. Anyway, of course, it's not easy for you if you're in a minority group like me, but... I don't know what's funny is I don't know like half the name of these colleges and things she's attended. There you go, Macon. Yeah, I know, right, Mr. King K, right? Well, yes, Macon. Well, I mean, literally, I told you guys that, didn't I? I told you that my priest, when I was in Catholic school, a priest literally came into our classroom and was talking about how gay sex is wrong. And then I'm not joking, guys, looked directly at me and then said to the entire class, the anus is an outie, not an innie. Just like that. which is kind of, now it's funny looking back. It's funny looking back, but it's also really disturbing because I was a child and this was a class of children. And it's like, why the hell are you saying this to a class of children, right? Why are you saying this to a class of children? This is really gross, okay? And really strange shit there, okay? Really strange shit. And of course, I was like, well, sir, I beg to differ. But okay, no, I didn't say that, but anyway. All right, and then I would get sent to the dean's office for arguing with the theology teachers all the time. Okay. All right. There you go, Mr. King K. My thought exactly. Kind of what like Macon, right? All right. So anyway, this is I just don't know much about her. I'm just kind of reading some of her stuff. All right. Is they going to come out yet? All right. We'll wait here. So she's an interesting character. Interesting character there, that Levitt. Hey, at least, but my priest told me it was hilarious in Jester. And by the way, guys, the school I went to, actually, and I'm not going to say the name of it, but the year after I left, I did London. I went to a Catholic high school. Why do you think I'm such a radical lunatic? Why do you think I have a bias against Christianity? It's because I had to live with it for, like, as a gay boy through my high school years. Oh, that's so badass, Finn. Finn, I would marry you if I could. Okay, I'd marry you if I could. That's amazing. So, what was I going to say? The year after I left that school, it made national news. Yeah, London. It made national news because they fired a gym teacher when they found out she was married to a woman, when they found out she was in a same-sex relationship. Yeah, I know, shocking, right, Ivana? So, I am gay, Ivana, I know, right? So anyway, that was a very unpleasant experience. That was also when I had my punk phase because I had to resist somehow. I did virtual violence. I did. I knew the gym teacher. Luckily, she got a ton of support nationally, and she's doing pretty well now, so that's good at least. But all right. I know, right, LaQual? Right. All right, guys. So that was I don't know, why are we doing a therapy session, guys? I'm like all in jester makeup, and we're doing a therapy session. For those that came in, by the way, I've already have the jester makeup and the hat. Right now we're doing, I have 8 more fingers that need to be painted. If you send $2, by the way, also extreme racism at that school. Extreme anti-black racism at that school. There was like 1 or 2 black students. I don't want to go into it now, but maybe we'll talk about it some other time, okay? Yeah, so if anyone wants to help me paint my nails, $2 thing on YouTube, Super Chat, you get to choose a color for one of my nails. If it's over on Twitch, 200 bits, and you get to choose the next nail color. If we get to 10, maybe we'll do a Q&A, and you can just ask me any questions you want, all right? And maybe we'll play a game too, okay? So we need 8 more. Meanwhile, we're waiting for this bitch to come out. I'm sorry. Oopsie. That was rude. I shouldn't have said that. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't mean to be mean. Oh, I know, Mr. King. LaCroix, thank you, LaCroix. What color would you like, LaCroix? We have gray, red, orange, pink, and green. Gray, red, orange, pink, and green. We already have a green and a pink. Thank you, LaCroix. Yeah, oopsie, Tish. Whoopsie, I called her a bitch. I didn't mean to call the bitch a bitch. Oop, whoop, whoopsie. Anyway, so why am I so gay, Ninjester? I don't know. That's the way God made me, Ninjester. Okay, that's the way God made me. God is like, I shall make you a blessing to men. All right? All right. All the colors. Okay, that pink love sounds good to me. Let's do pink again. All right. And it's actually strange, guys. Like, I don't actually play up the gayness that much in like everyday life. Like I'm kind of a boring, like talk like this kind of guy that's like, hey, what's up? How are you doing? Blah, 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 blah. But I feel liberated to do it on stream. I like to play up. I like to play up the gayness. It's fantastic. It's good fun. Oh, I feel super liberated. Yay. All right. Ooh, this is good. I actually sent a drag queen friend of mine a picture of my face today to see if she approved, well, if he approved of the makeup. He did not. But that's what happens. You can't really, drag queens are perfectionists. Okay. Stop acting straight. I want to see flames coming off you. I am not acting straight, Finn. Okay, just in normal life. I don't, it's not because I'm hiding it. It's just because I don't know. Just a calmer person. I don't know. Okay. Oh, Tisha, so am I, all right? I would rather not say his name, Tisha, but you probably don't know him, to be honest. He's not like a well-known one. Yeah, one of these days a press conference is going to start off with, fuck all of you. That's for sure, right? Or she's going to walk out on stage with an axe and just like behead a child or something and then be like, okay, on with the press conference, and then they'll still be in power afterwards. That'll be like, okay. Kind of, Mr. King K. In real life, I am kind of a boring gay. I really am. I'm like a nerd. I'm always reading. Why do you think I'm so bad at pop cultural stuff, guys? Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm boring everyone. Let's go back to the website while we wait, because apparently she's going to be late. She's going to be very late. Hello, Asmit. Hello, Asmit. Apparently she's going to be very late. Apparently she's too busy, I don't know, getting Botox. Let's see here. Hello, Asmit. You're the best. Love having you here. Let's see what other propaganda we can watch for our own amusement, right? Well, it's amusing for me. I don't know about you. You should, Macy. I think we need drag queens in office. That would be, I honestly think that would save the country. If we had a bunch of drag queens in office, because you know they'd be strong, right? They'd be very strong. It's okay, Mr. King. You know I love you. The child was a demon and it was haunting the United States. We needed to destroy it. And frankly, I find it exactly, oh my God, Meowsword, she does do that all the time, doesn't she? She's always like, and frankly, I find it kind of offensive that you're saying that these children are human beings. And I think they're subhuman, and I think they should be in a concentration camp. And frankly, like that's exactly how she sounds, okay? Exactly. And frankly, I think people who aren't white are inferior. And frankly, I think it's offensive that you don't acknowledge that in the mainstream press, in the fake news. Okay. All right. Did you watch the Ike's? I did not. But that looks, maybe we should watch that later, Malzard. I would watch that with all of you. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, she's chewing on oh my God, Finn, you're right. She is chewing on a fresh adrenal gland. Oh, for sure. Okay. All right, let's see here. Where's those cute little videos? I want to find another propaganda video to watch because I enjoy it, folks. I enjoy torturing all of you. I get off on it. All right. What do we got here? Yeah. Oh, Aryan race girl needs a safe space. She does, and she's like, I don't know why. Like, frankly, I find it strange that we don't have a racial hierarchy and that you're trying to put all races on an equal playing field and that you think trans people are human. Like, frankly, that's offensive and it's fake news. Like, anyway, okay, I'm sorry. I'll shut up. All right. CR #1 propagandist. Oh, 100%. Let's see what they say about Thomas Jefferson. Oh, this is cute music.
I have often thought that true power lies not in the sword, but in the mind guided by principle. I am Thomas Jefferson, born on Virginia soil. And I once told John Adams, I cannot live without books.
Oh my God, I totally get that. Now, I'm just saying, I don't connect with the other stuff he did. A lot of the other stuff, I don't like it. Okay, like, you know, the slavery and the sexual assault of the slaves and things like that. Not a fan of that. But okay, I like that he likes books. That's a good thing, right? That's a good thing. Books are good.
When Congress called upon me to draft our Declaration of Independence, I had but days to put quill to parchment, and the weight of centuries...
Doug, I have not, but I will look at it. I'm going to look at all that stuff after this press conference, so I'm just doing this as sort of a teaser before and then we'll do the main stuff after the press conference. But yes, I'll look at all that shit. Okay.
Pressing on my shoulders. When the ink dried, the world shifted. Every word was a step into the unknown, a torch lit for posterity. As president,
London, I would not be surprised if they added a quote in there. If he's like, I'm Thomas Jefferson. If it ain't white, it ain't right. Yeah, exactly. I'm waiting for that.
I spoke softly.
Of course,
I had
outer
grand
signal.
plans for this nation. In 1803, I nearly doubled the size of the country with the Louisiana Purchase. Westward expansion was vital for this nation's health and prosperity.
Okay, let's see, guys. Let's see if they're going to mention. We do know that there were. Now, this might be shocking to some folks. We do know that there were people already living there, though, right? And I'm sure, you know what? I'm sure this PragerU created White House video will include the fact that there were already people living in that area, right? And that we just kind of bought it from France and then engaged in a vicious ethnic cleansing genocide. Okay, so let's see. I'm sure they'll include that, right?
And I envisioned a empire of liberty.
Oh my God, they actually use the word. You almost never hear them acknowledge that word. An empire of liberty. The greatest contradiction that's ever existed, right? He literally was calling for an empire of liberty. By the way, not really possible to have an empire and have liberty. Maybe I'll do a presentation on that sometime, but at least they're admitting that he said that he wanted an empire of liberty.
We must guard liberty with learning. For freedom
Yes.
depends not on force, but on the cultivation of an enlightened mind.
Okay, you know what? Despite the ignoring of genocide, okay, despite the ignoring of all the genocide and shit of the natives, despite the fact that he was a brutal slave owner, we can ignore that too. Despite a lot of other things we could mention, despite that he included phrases like vicious Native American or vicious Indian savages within the Declaration of Independence, and things like that. Despite all of that, at least they included the part where he says that in order for freedom to work, people need to be educated, because maybe MAGA should take a note from that. Maybe the Trump administration should take a note from that. Now, of course, we can ignore the fact that they ignored all that other horrific, terrible shit. Yeah, he was definitely into early racial science, okay? Definitely into early racial science. And of course, there is a lot of irony in the fact, hello, G-Man. There's a lot of irony in the fact that in a PragerU propaganda video by the White House, they're talking about the need for education. Please do. Yeah, there you go, Finn. He literally, he kind of said that. He's like, well, he didn't say alcohol. He did say savages. He's like, the merciless Indian savages are attacking us. I'm like, well, yeah, I think it's kind of badass that they're attacking you since you're killing them and stealing their land. I mean, it's kind of natural human resistance. Anyway, okay. Ugh. All right. Yeah. Ironically, right? Ugh. Okay. Is this dumb? Is the bimbo going to speak soon? All right. I just can't. Should I find another one for us to watch? I'll find another one for us to watch. Why not? That was kind of cute. It's kind of fun watching this stuff with you. Let's look at the Battle of Lexington. Oh, well, John Adams. Let's talk about. Oh. Let's see here. Oh. People are really quiet suddenly. Oh, wonder why. Are they about to come out? Ooh. Indian resistance was more American than the American. Oh my God, Meowsort. That is actually a really beautiful way of phrasing that. Yeah, Indian resistance was more American than the American oppressor. Yes. Native resistance to enslavement, murder, ethnic cleansing, removal was more a struggle for freedom than the actual than the American colonist. Oh my God, that's so beautifully said, Meowsort. All right. By the way, Outer Signal, I love your mentioning what? Before they read this headline, Sam, An Israeli-trained Congolese Special Forces battalion led by Blackwater founder and Trump ally Eric Prince sent men and drones to help secure the city of Ovira from Rwanda-backed rebels in the DR Congo. I have no doubt, and I know why. I know why, London. You know what? Well, let's talk about that, actually. Would you remind me, London, if you're still here, to talk about that? Because I know why we're doing that. I know exactly why we're doing that. We're trying to secure the resources in the region. Literally. Anyway, so much for that peace that Trump got between the Rwandans and the Congolese, right? Okay. Throwing tea in a bay. Yes, there you go. Okay. All right. I don't know why it got quiet suddenly. How about this? So I'm going to go. Let's watch another video while we're waiting for this lady. That's kind of a compliment. I shouldn't have called her a lady. This eldritch horror from the 8th dimension to speak. Let's see what other videos we got here. Let's watch this. Let's watch this. The formation of... No, let's do this. The declaration of... No. Let's do this. I lied to you. I lied, everyone. Let's watch Donald Trump.
In the sweltering summer of 1776, 56 patriots gathered in a meeting hall in Philadelphia.
I wonder why, Mr. Kincaid, right?
A document that would change the course of history forever. The Declaration of Independence, and I have it right there.
Finn, you're not wrong. By the way, Finn is correct historically. Finn says press secretary is pulling a Hitler, showing up late and making us wait for the toxic spewing. Yes. The guys, Hitler would do that. Hitler would purposely show up really late to his speeches. And it worked. The whole point here was to build up tension in the room. I have not, Meowsword, I have not watched these. Was to build up tension in the room and get people super excited so that when he did finally get there, there was a massive outpouring of love for him and excitement. Okay. It might be, Loy. So it might be. A lot of these are AI generated. Okay. And so, you know, sometimes people do show up late to speeches on purpose. It builds tension in the room. So anyway, okay, so that's true. So who's my favorite founding father, G-Man? That would be Thomas Paine. I love Thomas Paine. Thomas Paine was a professional revolutionary, hated slavery. He was actually too revolutionary for the rest of the founding fathers, so he wasn't included in much apart from them using his some of his documents to help start the revolution. Yeah, but Thomas Paine is a massive hero who doesn't get enough credit, okay? He was a professional virtual violence. I'm not a fan of Washington. I got to tell you, he wasn't bad. And he was bad. Let me explain this, guys. I could give you the historical perspective on these figures, which is less one-sided, or I could give you my personal opinion. So if I were to give you the historical perspective, yeah, there were some things he did that were good. And if we put him in the context of the times, he wasn't that bad. And he was, you know, did a lot of good things that were pretty revolutionary for the time. Now, exactly. But so if I look at it as a historian, yeah, he was an interesting character. One of the things positive he did was that he literally gave up the presidency willfully, which essentially prevented us from becoming a dictatorship. That's very rare historically. He served 2 terms, then he's like, I'm done. Someone else should be president. We may have ended up being a dictatorship because he had enough support to keep being president forever, but he decided to give it up and give it to someone else. So there's a positive, right? He was some other things that were positive. But then, of course, yeah, exactly, Finn. He also did want to give up his slaves originally, and then he just kept them. Yeah, he was very anti-monarchy and anti-cult of personality. So he was very revolutionary for the time. But guys, I do though still have a lot of problems with the slavery issue. I just do. Obviously, a lot of these guys, if you read some of their, and so if I were to look at it from a present perspective, not a fan of him for those reasons. From that reason, also he was kind of an elitist. He was an elitist in a lot of ways. All right, but for the time. Yeah. No. Yeah, exactly. Mouseword, you're not wrong. I could read to you guys a document. I believe it was actually Thomas Jefferson, not Washington, but he had a similar idea where a friend of Jefferson sent him a message saying, wait a minute, you want freedom, but you have slaves. How does that work out? And he said, and Jefferson said, well, you're right, but I just can't live without them. It's too easy to have them. Like, that's the kind of attitude that I think is really gross. They may not have liked slavery, but they were lazy and they wanted the slaves to work for them because they didn't want to do it themselves. Yeah, totally. I think Paine was a proto-socialist. Yeah, virtual, but also virtual. Like, I don't view that as a positive thing. If you're like, well, let's free the slaves after I die. Okay. So you know it's wrong, but you just want to keep exploiting these people until until you don't have to work anymore. Like, all right. But again, if I look at it as a historian, there were some other things he did too that were good, some things that were bad, some things that, okay. Yeah. Okay. So, but yeah, so as a historian, I can have a more nuanced view of this, if that makes sense. Okay. It's interesting, guys, when I'm doing these, you're absolutely right, Mithril. He did. He owned a lot of his thinking to a lot of revolutionaries. Okay. I will say here that a lot of times when I'm talking to you guys, I have sometimes I need to be better at differentiating when I talk from a historian perspective versus when I talk about like from a personal perspective. And I've noticed that sometimes I don't clarify, and I ought to do that more often. Okay, so I need to be like, so from a historian's perspective, I would say this. From my own personal perspective, this is what I would say. Anyway. Yes, absolutely, Lacroix. Which is, okay. And guys, like one thing about Washington that I think is really gross, just symbolically, is his mouth. His mouth, he had, people's teeth back then would rot away. It would often be the reason people died. He had a ton of issues with his teeth, and so he had a jaw in his mouth, a metal, I think, I'm not sure what kind, I'm not sure it was made of clay or something. Not clay, some sort of, he had a jaw, a fake jaw. And in this jaw, he placed the teeth of animals and the teeth of slaves. So he was walking around with a jaw full of slave teeth and animal teeth. Now, apparently he would pay the slaves that he took the teeth from, but I'm sorry, if you're enslaved, you don't have a choice. Like, it's not like if that's the only way you're going to make an income to buy your freedom, you're going to want to give up your teeth. And that can be a death sentence at the time. Yes, Finn. Washington did breed hemp. A lot of founding fathers actually had hemp plantations because hemp was important for the shipping industry and making rope and things like that. Okay. So anyway, but like that's something about that bothers me. And if you actually look at images of him from the time, George Washington, his face looks if you look here, his face is kind of like, if you look closely at a lot of his portraits, his face is kind of, what's the term? Puffy, right? Puffy. And he was often in pain. Like his cheeks are puffy because he was kind of inflamed a lot of the time. His mouth and his cheeks were kind of inflamed, and his jaw, the jaw that was in there didn't fit just right. So it kind of ruins it. Now, every time you see him, I want you to remember when you see how puffy his face is, that's because he has a jaw full of slave teeth in there. Okay. So kind of ruins it, doesn't it? All right. Kind of gross. Absolutely. So exactly. Okay. I don't think it's a get out of free card at all, but if you want me to give like a, my opinion is that he wasn't great. And like, it's, okay. Hello, Lord Ronnie. How you doing? Yeah. What a piece of shit. Okay. He was garbage. I mean, anyway. Okay. All right. God, where is this lady? I'm going to lose my mind. And like, there's not even any sound now. Okay. Let's watch another one of these videos. We actually didn't even finish that last one. Let's keep watching here about, and guys, like, I know I'm a socialist and stuff. I really like a lot of the aspects of the American Revolution, just historically and stuff. Okay, like it was kind of cool, like some of the things they thought. But again, um, you know, yeah, okay, but that requires we ignore some of the bad stuff, which I don't like doing. But okay, what was it? What were we watching here? I don't even remember. Okay, let's watch this. The story, the Declaration of Independence. While we're waiting, G-Man. Oof, G-Man. Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson was an absolute monstrous human being. And we might get to the point, by the way. Yeah, RL, you're not wrong. Washington was a pretty incompetent military leader early on. Now, later he got better. He was mainly good at running away. And I don't mean that as an insult. He was good at running from the British. Yeah, G-Man, I'd say Jackson was a murderous monster, okay? Trump might get there. I know. I'm sorry, Mauser. Let's watch, okay?
In order to form a more perfect union.
Yeah, Trump failed. That's true, G-Man. A lot of Trump supporters idolize Jackson. He was also a populist, kind of like Trump is. So this is weird shit. What are we? Well, this one is called The Story of America, the Declaration of Independence.
Hello, my name is Larry Arnn. I'm the president of Hillsdale College.
I don't think I have
which
RL.
is
Well,
honored
actually, I have, but I don't remember who it is.
to be
Okay.
working with.
By the way, to be clear here, Hillsdale College is not a real college. It's kind of like PragerU. It's a bullshit Christian conservative piece of bullshit.
the White House to produce these videos in honor of the 250th anniversary of the Declaration
RL, if you're in our Discord, you should join it. If you're not, and then tell me about it. I'll do a presentation on him. Okay.
of Independence, the greatest political document in human history. Our college was founded in honor of that document. We encourage you to love it and to celebrate it. And to celebrate it, you should learn about it. We're going to talk about two things, the meaning and the structure of the Declaration of Independence. First question is, what does it mean? Things have causes. There's a classical account of the causes of things that include four.
You know, Lois, so I think you're right. No, I'm sorry. I'll keep watching this.
Efficient cause means whoever made it. The material cause means whatever it's made out of.
What is this bullshit we're watching now?
Formal cause means
Yeah.
what does it look like and how does it operate? And the final cause.
What the fuck? I'm sorry.
is-
What are we talking about? We're talking about Aristotelian causes. I'm bored. Okay. Like, what are we doing? All
is
right.
it for? What love produces it? Declaration of Independence contains a lot of information about the formal cause of America in the middle, but its chief function is to provide the final cause of the country. What is the country for? And it begins very beautifully by explaining that. It says that any time in history, any people in history have a right under the laws of nature and of nature's God to form a nation according to purposes that they adopt.
I think they're just trying to sound cool and like philosophical and shit.
What are these laws of nature and nature's God? What does that mean? The Christian view is that God made nature. The classical view is that each
Right,
being
Meowzord, right? God.
has a good, and the good and the being are the same thing. Nature is full of things that are good, and it's wrong to violate the good of anything.
Is she on? No, she's not on yet. I'm sorry. I thought I heard her. It was just some weird sound in the background. I'm sorry to keep pausing it. I really want this goddamn press conference to start. Okay.
What do these laws say about people? They say that they're all created equal. Think what a remarkable thing it is for a people to adopt a standard like that as their purpose, as their governing purpose.
I did not, Mithril.
And we did that in opposition to a king who claimed that he was born to be our ruler because he was better born than we are.
What's this music?
He was denying
Yeah, what exactly,
proposition
Lois? So what is this
that
even?
all men are created equal. If you recognize this principle of equality and you recognize it properly,
But guys, it's bullshit because it doesn't matter. I'm sorry. I don't really care if they viewed all people as being created equal. Did they treat people as being equal? Did they treat people as being equal? Because in the end, it doesn't matter if you view. You guys can't hear me? You guys can't hear me? Can you guys hear me? You can't hear this?
give rise to the most amazing.
You guys can hear me, right? I don't know why someone said that you guys couldn't hear me. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter if you are treated equal. I mean, if you view people as equal, if you don't treat them equal, right? It's okay.
Amazing
Thank you,
diversity
guys.
and difference among people, because it sets up a right of all of us.
Thank you, guys.
To pursue our lives best we can, without impediment by kings and emperors. We said, in the laws of nature and nature's God, no one is born to rule anybody else. And that's beautiful, and it sets up an agitation in the country which goes on to this day to always try to recognize those principles. And that's the final cause of the United States of America. Now a word about the structure of the
Only so.
document.
Guys, it wasn't, so they're making it sound like, oh, they wanted freedom from these kings. Yeah, they wanted freedom from the kings, and they wanted to replace the kings with a bourgeois, mercantile plantation owner class. So yes, you are free to be not controlled by a king or a foreign parliament, but instead you must be enslaved to a wealthy mercantile class of plantation owners and business people. That's freedom, American freedom. Yeehaw! You get to replace the blooded nobles with a commercial nobility. Love that.
It begins with this universal claim that we're all created equal and that nobody may rule us except by our consent. And in the middle bit, they claim the king has done a bunch of bad stuff that justifies the revolution. He took
my God, this is
houses
boring.
away from people and put troops in them.
Yeah.
That means they were dislodged. They were driven out into the street. He arrested people. He put them on ships.
I'm sorry. That's true. That's horrific. If you have a good Tish, I'm glad. It looks like some of you were having some issue with the sound. Isn't that lovely? That is horrible. Having soldiers come to your house and remove you from your house and then use your house to quarter themselves in. That is bad. That's really bad. Those poor colonists. I repeat, those poor colonists. Is it possible that that's what the colonies basically were, was a giant quartering of people on someone else's land and the removal of those people from their land and houses and villages and pushing them off? Anyway, so here's an example, guys, of worthy and unworthy victims. The native peoples were clearly unworthy victims. Those aren't victims that we care about, even though we pushed them off their land. But when British troops pushed colonists off their land, off their houses and things like that, then that was bad. Now, I'm oversimplifying here. Okay, I'm oversimplifying. A lot of these colonists were born there, and it's not really their fault that there were other people removed from the land. But regardless, okay, do you see the irony in this? The fact that black enslaved people had been removed forcibly from their homes and land in Africa and brought over and used as slave labor. Okay, yeah, free Palestine, absolutely, Tish. Okay, so all right,
And the ships were not
Yeah.
very comfortable. They were in the hold of the ship. Sometimes they sat around for weeks in the harbor. And they were taken all the way to England. Most of them had never been there before. And they were put on trial in front of people who they never met before. Not a jury of your peers. This is the 25th paragraph. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coast, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He did kill people. And then he'd talk about
That's awesome,
mercenaries.
Aro. Yeah.
Large armies of foreign mercenaries, those were the Hessians, to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny already begun.
Oh my God, I haven't made this thing too. That is in the Declaration, how the king was using mercenaries against the colonies. What do we think? Like, well, London just read about a group of mercenaries that we sent over to the Congo, and basically ICE are a bunch of goddamn armed mercenaries that are attacking us and things like that. Yeah, like, it's funny. I don't know. Just so much to laugh at, guys. So much. We have a militarized police force that's basically like a mercenary militia. I know, Alyssa, it's boring. He's so boring. Maybe we'll find a different one, but let's just watch a little bit more. Where is this bitch? I swear to God, she's pissing me off. Where is she? Sweet Jesus. Okay. We'll keep watching this, okay? You know what? This is boring. Let's watch a different one. Let's do a different one. You know what? Fuck it. She's taking too long. Let's do some other shit while we wait.
Thank you for coming.
Here she is, guys. The witch is here. Everyone get ready.
I was once again with the president.
Everyone get ready.
He and I were both reviewing the newly released surveillance footage from FBI in the Savannah
No, the
case.
witch is dead. The
Just
wicked
this
witch. We
heartbreaking
bowed her
situation
head.
with
Ding
respect to
dong.
his
The wicked
mother.
witch is
The
dead.
president encourages any American across the country with any knowledge of this suspect to please call the FBI, who continue to assist state and local authorities who are leading this investigation on the ground. And once again, I will reiterate that the prayers of this entire White House are with Savannah and her family at this time, and we hope this person is found soon and that her mother is brought home safely. President Trump has a very busy week ahead, so I will begin with some scheduling announcements today. Tomorrow, here at the White House, the president will host Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for a bilateral meeting. The remainder of the week will be focused on energy and deregulation. Tomorrow afternoon, the president will hold an event in the East Room to tout clean, beautiful coal as America's most reliable and affordable energy source, especially during periods of peak demand, just as we saw during this most recent winter storm, which impacted hundreds of millions of Americans. The president will discuss how clean, beautiful coal is not only keeping the lights on in our country, but also driving down the cost of electricity across the country as well. Additionally, on Thursday, President
I'll turn up the volume.
will be joined by Administrator Lee Zeldin to formalize the rescission of the 2009 Obama-era endangerment finding. This will be deregulatory action in American history.
Clean
And it
coal,
will
hilarious.
save the American
Guys, please, as we're watching this, call out the propaganda. This has to be a community effort because there's no way I'm going to address all of it. Otherwise, we'll never get through the video. So please call out the propaganda and the lies in the chat so that when other people watch it later, they'll see it in the chat if they watch the screen.
people $1.3 trillion in crushing regulations. The bulk of the savings will stem from reduced costs for new vehicles, with the EPA projecting average per vehicle savings of more than $2,400 for popular light-duty cars, SUVs, and trucks. This is just one more way this administration is working to make life more affordable for everyday Americans. Overall, these groundbreaking actions
I guess
from
it is
President
more
Trump will
affordable
drive
if you're
larger
dead.
economic growth, create thousands of good-paying jobs, expand manufacturing, increase consumer choice, and improve affordability for millions of families and businesses. Finally, on Friday, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will travel to Fort Bragg in the great state of North Carolina to meet with military families and the heroic members of our special forces who carried out the successful Operation Absolute Resolve in Venezuela and helped bring narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro to justice. I know the President and First Lady are both greatly looking forward to this visit. Also, the First Lady will celebrate Valentine's Day at the Children's Inn at the
who
National
gives a shit?
Institute of
Who
Health
gives a
tomorrow,
shit?
with children, families, and NIH staff involved in clinical trials. In other news this week, thanks to President Trump signing the largest middle-class tax cut in history, this
Great.
is shaping up to be the biggest tax refund season ever, and we are in it now. President Trump and Republicans fundamentally believe that Americans deserve to keep more of their hard-earned money.
I got you, King K.
not
Someone else
less,
did it.
Which is why he fought so hard to deliver this long overdue relief. From no tax on tips, overtime, or social
Bullshit.
security to auto loan interest
Bullshit.
deductions on new American
Yeah, virtual
vehicles,
violence.
plus increases to the standard deduction in child tax credit, more money is flowing back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. We're already hearing from everyday Americans across the country.
Yeah,
who are
Letitia, remember
reporting substantial tax
he released that one narco? Yeah.
savings thanks to the working families tax cut, which every single Democrat in Congress voted against.
Yeah, Mr. Pinkton.
AMAC,
Yeah,
which
Oriel.
represents millions of Americans, has heard directly from more than their 1,000 members already about how the Trump tax cuts are easing cost of living concerns. I wanted to share a few of those powerful responses with you today. This one comes from Dean and Wendy in Wisconsin, who said, quote, instead of paying out $3,700 last year, we got back
Hello, Bakani King. Welcome.
in refunds this year.
You're not the only Swede we have in here. Well, right now, I don't think he's here, but we have other Swedes in here.
This is huge for our family. Steve from California said, quote, the new senior citizen deduction is a tremendous relief and has given us peace of mind and the freedom to truly enjoy the retirement years we worked so hard for. Eric from Nevada said, as a senior, no tax on Social Security helps me tremendously. The no tax on tips helps my daughter-in-law as a waitress. The no tax on overtime helps my son, who works constantly. Our family savings from the One Big Beautiful Bill could total even more than $5,000. We love the Trump tax cuts.
Right,
just a few
right, Balkan. You're right. Actually, you're right. She's not wearing her cross. Do you guys think she's starting to fear for her soul in the afterlife? She's like, it's too disgusting for me to wear the cross. I'm clearly satanic at this point. I better not defile God, right?
positive examples of the everyday Americans that President Trump's tax cuts are uplifting. We'd love to hear more from the American people across the country who are benefiting from the working families tax cuts.
Yeah, what the hell was he talking
The
about?
White House is also pleased to share that parents across the country can now officially apply to open a Trump account for their child. In order to apply, parents can visit trumpaccounts.gov and fill out the IRS form.
Sorry if that was loud.
4547. These Trump accounts are special investment accounts aimed at providing American children with a jump start on building wealth for life. They have all the tax advantages as a traditional IRA account, but are specifically tailored to build wealth the moment a child is born.
God, I'm so
Thanks to
okay.
President Trump, every child born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028 is eligible to receive $1,000 from the U.S. Treasury to fund their account.
This is
guardians, and
yeah, by the way,
nonprofits-
guys, you know what this will do? I'm sorry, I know I'm pausing it while it's live. You know what this will do? If you have a bunch of people investing randomly into all these accounts that are created by the government, that's going to cause a bubble on the stock market. It's going to make the stock market look like it's doing better than it actually is. And a bunch of rich people are going to get really rich really suddenly, and then it's going to crash. Seriously. Now, I am not an economist, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Like, if all these people suddenly get these investment accounts, it's just going to cause a sudden bubble on the stock market. And then, anyway, and then that bubble will pop eventually, which will not be great. Anyway, again, not an economist, though I could be wrong, but that's my thought on it.
And then contribute up to $5,000 per year. Employers can also contribute up to $2,500
Mr.
per
Kincaid.
year per employee. President Trump believes there is no better investment
That's
than
okay.
investing
Excellent,
in
Loiso.
our nation's children. If
Yeah,
you are
it's
a
all
parent
smoke and
who
mirrors.
maximizes contributions to your child's Trump account, its projected value could reach nearly $1.1 million by the time your child turns 28 years
Oh my
old,
God,
based on average historical stock market returns.
Insane. It's stupid.
Safe to say the
Guys,
Trump account
please go
is-
out there and read about this. It is all a lie. This shit about, and I'm worried that it's going to work. People are going to buy into this and be like, look how they're helping us, because they don't understand. It's all a lie. All right. I don't want to go into it now, but just know, please read about it. Read about how it will actually affect
Financial
people.
head start to position the next generation for a brighter future. And with the stock market exploding under President
Is that so, Loiso? Is it really 480K? Because that's bullshit.
Trump's pro-growth policies,
Because that's nonsense.
there has never been a better time to sign up for an investment account like this. The Dow Jones just shattered 50,000 for the first time ever on Friday, and the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ continue smashing record after record. So with President Trump in charge, Americans' 401ks and retirement savings...
By the way, talking about the stock market is basically filleting the rich. Now, I know some of you guys invest in the stock market, but you know that compared to the ultra wealthy, the people in here don't control much of the stock market. Like, the wealthy control, like, what, 90% of it? That might not be the correct percent, but Whenever you talk stock market up, that's her getting on her knees for the wealthy and being like, I'm servicing you, daddy. Don't worry.
Are booming once again, and these new Trump accounts for America's kids will boom too. So with that, once again, every parent should go to trumpaccounts.gov today, and I'm going to put it on my own personal to-do list to sign up for one as well. With that, I will take your questions.
Tish.
Caroline Downey from the National
here we go,
Review is
everyone.
Here. Thank you for being here, and why don't you kick us off?
Thank you for having me. On the criticism that immigration enforcement has become arbitrary or not particularly prioritized,
Right, Ariel.
Democrats have been circulating this statistic that only 14% of illegal aliens arrested under this administration are violent criminals, but we know that in deep blue cities with progressive district attorneys, it's common to plead down serious violent crimes into less serious offenses, which could be distorting those numbers. So given that backdrop, does the administration still stand by the messaging that you're targeting the worst of the worst, and does this prevailing narrative tell the whole story?
Well, thank you for bringing this up, Caroline. I've seen this CBS report floating around. There's a lot of liberal talking heads and pundits and Democrat elected politicians who think that this single story and these statistics and the way they are painted is somehow a shot at this administration. It is not, and let me correct the record. Number one, the Trump administration has been clear from day one that any illegal alien present in this country is subject to deportation.
Yep.
However, the priority, of course, is going after the convicted.
Honestly, she's right. It really annoys me when the media is like, they're not only going after criminals. They're not only going after criminals. We know. That's been like the obvious from the beginning. Yeah, they've been focusing on it as a form of PR, but we all know that they're not only going after criminals. And the fact that so many people in the media are so shocked and chagrined by this and keep trying to catch them in that lie when it's just out in the open is stupid to me. It's kind of like we all know. We all know. Catch up.
Criminals, the worst of the worst, the murderers, the pedophiles, the rapists in this country. Interestingly,
right,
in the
Fetty?
CBS story, what the Democrat talking heads on television are not saying is this line. Nearly 60% of ICE arrestees over the past year had criminal charges or convictions. And among that population, the majority of the criminal charges or convictions are for non-violent crimes.
Oh, Chopper,
well,
that's
what are
gross.
non-violent
Don't put that image in my head. Chopper says that Elon Musk finds her hot. Don't put that idea in my head. Disgusting. Welcome, Chopper.
Crimes, you ask. This has coincided with what DHS has been saying all along, that approximately 70% of illegal aliens arrested under President Trump have pending criminal charges and or prior convictions, and these so-called non-violent crimes, drug trafficking, distribution of child porn.
By the way, it's more like, I think it's like 42% have prior criminal offenses. I remember reading a stat. It's much lower than that. The people that are being deported and put into concentration camps that have other criminal offenses. It's actually less than half.
Fraud, DUI, embezzlement, solicitation of a minor, and human smuggling, just to name a few. So just because a crime is not violent in nature doesn't mean that crime is victimless. And I can guarantee every single person who is out there on television right
42
now,
to 47%.
to these statistics that were taken out of context by CBS News would not want an illegal alien convicted of the distribution of child porn or fraud or DUI living in your community. So the Trump administration will continue our focus on deporting all illegal aliens present in our country with a focus on the worst of the worst criminals. Thank you for being here. Gabe.
Finn, you're not wrong.
And thank you for the update on our colleague Savannah Guthrie's mother. Is there anything more you can share? You said the president was reviewing that surveillance footage. What was his initial reaction when seeing those disturbing images? And does he believe that that suspect acted alone?
I haven't talked to him specifically about the second point on whether the suspect acted alone or not. So I don't want to weigh in on the president's thinking on that. His initial reaction, of course, as all Americans, is just pure disgust. And again, it's heartbreaking to see now this footage really bring to life a story we've all been reading about. And again, we're just praying for the safety of...
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about this story. I don't care. Can we talk about the goddamn Epstein files? I don't care. I'm sorry, I don't. All right, thank you. I don't care about her answer. Who cares? Here we go. Let's hear about the Epstein files.
His initial reaction, of course, as all Americans, is just pure disgust. And again, it's heartbreaking to see now this footage.
Sorry, now we have to hear her. Yeah, they're talking about the missing lady again. Terrible question by the media.
And again, we're just praying for the safety of Nancy Guthrie and that she will return home soon. And the president
I will,
directed me
HDMS.
to please encourage all Americans with any information to call the FBI, and we hope that this
God, I don't care. Look, I went back too far, and we had to hear it anyway. I'm sorry.
A lot to talk about in a completely separate topic. I was hoping you can clarify something that's come up over the last several days, again, regarding a separate topic in the Epstein files. According to
True,
these
Balkan.
files, the president had a conversation with the Palm Beach police chief in the early 2000s, according to the police chief in 2019. The president has gone on record before, and he's told reporters that he said that Jeffrey Epstein, he had no idea about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. During this
Okay, here's the Epstein question.
with the police chief, however, he did say, according to this recounting of it, that thank goodness you're stopping him. He also called Ghislaine Maxwell evil. So my two questions are, did that conversation with the Palm Beach police chief happen? And can you explain the discrepancy?
What I will say is that the president has always remained consistent, and that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club at Mar-a-Lago because, frankly, Jeffrey Epstein was a creep. And unlike many other people who are...
No, that's not true. The reason Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club is because Jeffrey Epstein stole Virginia Guthrie, or what? Not Guthrie, Giuffre. What's her name? Giuffre? I can't remember. Forgive me. Oh my God. One of the victims stole her because she was a masseuse at the Trump Mar-a-Lago, and Jeffrey Epstein hired her, or didn't, I should say, trafficked her, and Trump got mad at him for that and then banned him because he was poaching employees from Trump. It wasn't because Trump didn't like Jeffrey Epstein. It was because he was poaching employees from him.
In these files, President Trump cut off his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and was honest and transparent about that for years and years. And so I think what the president has said all along has always been true. And the release of more than 3 million documents related to Jeffrey Epstein and his heinous, disgusting crimes just shows the level of transparency that this president and administration has committed to.
They're so transparent, aren't they, guys?
But did he call the chief in 2006? Caroline, did he call the chief?
Look, it was a phone call that may or may not have happened in 2006. I don't know the answer to that question. What I'm telling you is that what President Trump has always said is that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club because Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, and that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you, when you read that alleged FBI report, probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years.
Come back soon.
We're moving on from that. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I want to ask you about the SAVE Act. NBC reported that there's some hesitation among House Republicans on adding absentee ballot restrictions into the SAVE Act. Can you explain what the hesitation is?
Oh, of course, Jonas, of course.
And also just provide a status of negotiations with Congress on the legislation.
Right, Finn?
Sure. I can't speak for House Republicans, Reagan. I can obviously speak for the president, who is quite possibly the strongest supporter of the Save America Act, which, as you know, would require proof of citizenship to register to vote. It would require proof of identification, a photo identification before casting the ballot.
Tish, you're right. That's what he said. Stealing his girls. Well, that's kind of disgusting, isn't it?
That there are exceptions made. I think that's what you're alluding to with these conversations with House
Absolutely, Balkan. You're right.
Reasonable requests, of course, for our military, for individuals who are disabled and cannot make it to the polls. Those are reasonable, common sense things that I believe House Republicans are discussing amongst themselves. But as
guys, oh my God, this is like 1984. Please don't believe. I feel bad even I feel bad even showing this shit. But you guys know, you all know this is complete bullshit, right? Like, I don't even. Do we need to deal with all these lies? You all know these are all lies, right? They're all just complete lies. Hello, Kishan Visible.
For the president, he's been very clear. He wants House Republicans and Democrats, too, if they were politically wise, to pass this legislation, for the Senate to pass it, to send it to the president's desk so it can be signed into law.
follow-up. I'm wondering when the last time the president spoke to Leader Thune was, and if he discussed using the standing filibuster to pass legislation.
The president has given his position on the standing filibuster. As for his most recent conversation with Leader Thune, frankly, I'm not sure. I do know they speak very frequently. The president's in...
Welcome, Kishan. I am in the United States, Ohio, the United States. Okay, this is all bullshit. I don't... Anyway.
Constant communication with both Leader Thune and the House Speaker, Mike Johnson. Stephen, I see we switched up our seating chart. Your direct line of sight now. Congratulations.
Response Association for recognizing the New York Post's reach. I've got two questions for you. One about the Guthrie case and then another about infrastructure. On the Guthrie case,
oh my God. Okay, can we, what is, okay, the Guthrie case. What the fuck is going on in this country? I swear to God, we're living in a goddamn twilight zone. Oh my God. Yeah, why aren't we talking more about the Epstein file? We got one or two comments about the Epstein files that were weak questions.
President Trump have a warning to the culprits here about what would happen to them, what federal consequences they would face if they do not release Nancy Guthrie unharmed?
I think anyone who was involved in this depraved crime, this abduction, of course, we want to be seen held to the fullest extent of the law possible.
Infrastructure, can you explain why President Trump asked Chuck Schumer to help him rename Penn Station and Dulles Airport after himself? Why is he interested?
Oh, wow, such a big story. Trump is naming something after himself. Wow, that's what we should focus on. Why is Donald Trump asking Chuck Schumer to help him rename something after himself? Oh my God, I am so offended. I'm so goddamn liberal. I'm so offended. There are more important things happening. I'm sorry. This is such elitist bullshit. How are we guys who, honestly, guys, of the things Trump does, let him name shit after himself. I don't give a shit. We'll just change it back afterwards. It doesn't give him, where people are being thrown into concentration camps. There's a massive pedophile sex ring. What are we doing? Yeah, it's all handpicked media. And remember how I said the propaganda in the media, the propaganda model, how a lot of these journalists want to maintain connections with the White House, so they don't want to be too harsh, because then they might get cut out of the press corps and not have that access anymore. So they have to be extra nice, right? Okay. Oh my God.
Interested in having his name on those two buildings, and why are the Gateway Tunnel funds?
It's not an exaggeration to say that the best journalists won't be in this room, because they've already offended the Trump administration enough that they won't be in the room anymore. Okay, Ryan Grimm over at Drop Site News. The Lever has great news. There are Democracy Now! None of those people are here because they've offended the powerful. That's where you should get your news from, not the people that are sitting in this room, okay?
Proper point of pressure to get that to happen.
To your first question about the renaming, why not? It was something the president floated in his conversation with Chuck Schumer. As for the funding, the president has addressed that separately himself. Danny.
Thanks.
Yeah, outer signal, I know.
Vice President's account posted and then deleted a tweet about the Armenian genocide. And then last week, President Trump's Truth Social account posted and then deleted a racist video about the Obamas. And the White House again blamed that on staff.
Hilarious, Trump.
Does the White House have a social media problem at the moment? Do you have an auto-posting problem that's leading to these mistakes?
No. As for the Armenian tweet that you're referring to, I would just refer you back to the White House's...
What did he say about the Armenian genocide? Okay. Oh, I know, Balk. Trust me, Balkan. I know. Trust me. All right. You should come to the stream more often, Balkan. All right. I may be an American, but I'm not like a rah America guy. We're all about making fun of America here and our fascist government. All right.
A message that was issued on Armenian Remembrance Day, and there's been no change of policy at this time. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. When the president goes to Beijing in the spring, does he have plans
to Jonas.
advocate on behalf of Jimmy Lai, who was just sentenced
right,
to
Jonas?
2 years yesterday?
This is something I've heard the president advocate for, both publicly and privately. I had the honor of being in that meeting with President Trump and President Xi in South Korea that took place, and this was brought up by the president
Absolutely,
himself.
Finn.
It is important to him, and he looks forward to visiting China in April. Go ahead.
Hey, Sarah.
Okay.
So some Republican lawmakers from Nebraska have said they're worried that the Argentinian beef executive order will sideline some American ranchers. How will the Trump administration make sure prices go down for consumers without harming those ranchers?
Of course. Well, both things can happen at the same time. That's the president.
What we're talking about
He wants to
ranchers
see
now,
prices
guys.
come down. In fact, I just overheard him
All
on
right.
the phone.
Well, I
with
mean, that
Secretary
is, I
Rollins. They were
guess,
talking about
important to
something different,
someone
but he's
somewhere.
always saying we got to make sure that prices continue to come down. As you know, Secretary Rollins successfully
She has
did
this
that
creepy
with
smile on her
respect to
face.
egg
Guys,
prices,
she
how,
has a face
beef
like someone for the LGBTQ folks out there. You know this. I've actually, I don't know why I'm being biased here. It could be anyone out here who has a sense of morality. Okay. If you've ever had like an ultra conservative Christian person come up to you and like with a smile on their face tell you how much they love you and how much of a sinner you are, okay? How repulsive you are to them, but that they love you anyway, that sort of thing. That's what her face reminds me of. Like, oh, you're gay? Well, Jesus loves you. I'm taught to hate the sin and love the sinner. So even though you're a disgusting sodomite and you engage in disgusting sodomistic acts and you're going straight to hell, I'm directed to love you anyway because I'm a Christian. It's that sort of smile, right? Yeah, it's like that smug smile that's like, I'm better than you, but I love you. I love you. It's like an abusive relationship. Okay, it's like a sociopathic abusive relationship, where she's like, I care about you and I love you, but I also hate you and think you're inferior. I would just never say that to your face, and I'm condescending. I condescendingly love you. Anyway, I'm sorry. That sort of smile drives me crazy.
Believes that a minor import to the country with cattle might.
Yes, Tisha. Oh, bless your heart. Like, bless your heart. It's kind of like, it reminds me of like the segregationist South. Like a white woman, like finding a black woman sitting on a bus and being like, oh, bless your heart. Get off the goddamn bus now. Bless your heart, get off, and then yelling the N-word. Okay, like it's that sort of thing.
Short-term solution.
Yeah.
With respect to bringing down prices, but of course, protecting our American cattle and rancher industry is a priority for the president, and he's in touch with those stakeholders. We've had them here at the White House a few times in recent months to discuss this issue directly. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Yesterday, the president on social media threatened to block the new Gordie Howe Bridge, which would connect Detroit to Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Kincaid, right?
It was fully paid for by Canada. It used
American Canada.
It used American steel to construct that bridge. The president in 2017 was actually in favor of this bridge, part of a joint statement that he put out when he met with the Canadian Prime Minister. Why has the president changed his mind as it relates to this bridge?
I think the president was very clear.
He's just being a whiny baby. That's why.
Reiterate, the fact that Canada will control what crosses the Gordie Howe Bridge and owns
we
the land on both
do
sides
need to
is
remember that
unacceptable
Trump
to the
is the one
president. It's
who
also
loved the
unacceptable
idea of the bridge.
that more of this bridge isn't being built with more American-made materials, even more so.
And who
than
now
what
hates it,
President
apparently.
Barack Obama committed to with the Canadians at the time, at the start of the project. He also believes that the U.S. should own at least half of the bridge, have shared authority over what passes across it, and participate in the economic benefits generated by its use. This is just another example of President Trump putting America's interests first, and so he made that very clear in his call with Prime Minister Carney earlier today. Phil.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem just posted a
Ew.
photo of herself signing the last contract to build a border wall between Laredo.
What the hell is this audio? Is someone like, it reminds me of like being in a school and they're like being a teacher with a mobile classroom, like going down and you're trying to teach and suddenly coming down the hallway is a teacher with one of these mobile carts, like bum, 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 hitting every single tile while you're trying to teach calculus or some shit. I never taught calculus, but okay.
Del Rio and Big Bend, Texas, among reports that construction had stalled. Is the president satisfied with the pace of construction?
The president wants to make sure that the full border wall is built as quickly as possible, of course. I know this is a priority for him dating back to 2016, and so absolutely he wants to ensure that the border wall is built under budget and ahead of schedule is how President Trump likes to view building projects, and that includes the border wall.
The pace of construction thus far.
Okay, also, guys, this is so boring. There are big stories happening, and I'm sorry, but the border wall shit is not that big of a story at this point because it just isn't. It just isn't. It just isn't. And we're talking about Just calculate the bitch. Just, okay. Right. Mm-hmm. All
The
right.
president is never satisfied. He always wants to ensure that things are moving
There you
along
go,
as quickly
Tish.
as possible. But I know
Tish, you're on a
Secretary Noem
roll
is on
today,
it, and
by
she's
the way.
doing a great job. You're welcome. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
Charlie.
On the Nancy Guthrie case, is the president satisfied with the federal and local investigation so far? And has there been any more contact from
Right,
the White
Balkan
House
King.
or the president with the family?
I don't think anybody will be satisfied until this case is brought to a close and until Nancy Guthrie is returned home safely.
I don't care. Okay, you know what?
Contacts? Has the president contacted the family since?
Not since that initial phone call.
Is the White House reconsidering?
There's a club
inviting
version of O
Democrats,
Canada.
Or do you think Republicans are still going to show up? Where does that stand now?
No, look, I just spoke with the president about this. It is a dinner at the White House. It's the people's house. It's also the president's home, and so he can invite whomever he wants to dinners and events here at the White House. I believe Governor Moore was invited last year, and he did not show up to the dinner last year. Nobody reported on it.
What are we talking? We're talking. Okay, guys. Oh my God, I might not get through all this. It's just like, who cares? Who cares? Like, we're talking about who's coming to dinner at the White House. This country is rotting from the inside out. It's always been rotting from the inside out, but it's really rotting from the inside out. Like, this is like full on, like, late stage capitalist decline and collapse. Like, I don't. What are we doing here? It's like when the worst news comes out, we're talking about who's being invited to the White House. And we're talking about, okay.
But again, the president has the discretion to invite whomever he wants to the White House, and he will.
I certainly hope so, April. I hope so. God bless Canada, April. Yes, I agree. Okay, I agree, April. I hope Carney will not cave to Trump. Do the Canadians in here, what do we think of Carney? Do we think Carney will cave to Trump? I don't know enough about him to know for sure, but I certainly hope he doesn't cave to Trump. He has shown a little bit of strength in some ways, but I don't know enough about it. I just hope he's very strong.
Welcomes all those who received an invitation to come, and if they don't want to, that's their loss.
On Ghislaine Maxwell, is the president going to rule out a
Okay, Sir Bartholomew.
In her testimony deposition?
I mean, I'm
yesterday?
sorry. I hope he doesn't cave to Trump. Did I say she caves to Trump? I hope he doesn't cave to Trump. Radon, thank you very much, Radon, for the donation. Thank you.
The legal team seems to be making a case again for a pardon from the president.
Again, this is not something I've discussed with the president recently because, frankly, it's not a priority.
Yeah,
He's focused
Tish.
on many.
Radon, what color do you want? We got pink, red, orange, purple, or gray, or green. What color do you want for one of my nails? What color do you want? You tell me, Radon, which color do you want for my next nail?
Of the issues that the American people are dealing with and providing solutions to those issues. So I haven't spoken
Yeah, he's providing a final solution, isn't he?
with him recently. Last time we did speak about it, he said it's not something he's considering.
Got you, Radon. Thank you.
Go ahead, Bloomberg.
Thanks, Caroline. Secretary Litnick today was testifying on the Hill, and he said that he had visited Epstein's Island in 2012 with his wife and children, and that's after he said that he had cut ties with Epstein. And Justice Department documents show that he was in contact with Epstein through 2018 over messages. So does the White House stand behind Secretary Litnick right now, or given what he has said today, has there been any shift in how the White House is viewing Secretary Litnick's performance?
No, Secretary Lutnick remains a very important member of President Trump's team, and the president fully supports the secretary. I will.
Though admittedly, April, and I don't want to say in Carney's defense, but most people can outlead Trump because he's a moron, right? Like you could have like a 5th grade education and you could probably outlead Trump. But regardless, I'm glad that Carney is a strong leader. But you really would only need to be a mediocre leader, and you'd probably outlead Trump. Let's be honest with ourselves, April.
Point out that there are a lot of wins in the news this week that people in this room have not asked about because you continue to ask questions about the same
Hello,
subject.
Drusilla.
So let me point them out for you. Again, on Friday, the Dow shattered 50,000 for the first time ever. This week, the American Society of Plastic
forgive you,
Surgeons
Drusilla.
came out in opposition to gender mutilation surgeries for children. They are the
Oh
first
my God.
major-
Gender mutilation surgeries for children. What does that mean? Gender mutilation. That's like the dumb gender is not linked. Okay, gender has nothing to do with like okay. Gender mutilate. I can't even. All right.
Medical group to do so. A federal appeals court.
Yeah, exactly, Lois. So I guess we better ban circumcision then, right?
Today, nobody asked about that, just upheld the Trump administration's policy.
Exactly. You can't mutilate a gender. I don't understand what that means, right? Gender mutilation surgery. What do you... Gender is not... Okay, this is so dumb.
Of detaining illegal aliens, validating the strong measures that have driven illegal crossings to historic lows, and sent a crystal clear message that under President Trump, if you enter the country illegally, you will be detained and removed. The murder rate, again, not a single question about this, has plunged to a 125-year low as crime falls across the board, thanks to President Trump's crime crackdown. We also saw this week national median rents have fallen to a 4-year low following 6 consecutive monthly declines, and mortgage affordability has surged to a 4-year high.
I mean, my gender was mutilated when I started losing hair. I would look in the mirror and I'm like, oh my God, my gender is mutilated, right? I mean, okay, not really, but all right.
Ownership is the core foundation principle of the American dream, and I will repeat that mortgage affordability this week surged to a 4-year high, but not a single of mention of that in this briefing room today. And again, this came out last Friday, but for an unprecedented 9th straight month, there were 0 illegal border crossings.
I know, Loiso, but
we're
like,
gonna get back to business. The president is very busy today, and you will see him all tomorrow at the event in the East Room touting.
She does mean transgendering there, Louise. But to say gender mutilation, that's not a real word. It's not a real thing. It's clear she doesn't understand what that means. You know what I mean?
Administration's energy policy. Thank you.
Okay, and she's gone. Something here funny, guys. I have something interesting about this. So that was fun, guys. Do we all feel enlightened by that? Let me put up my face. I wanted to say something. So there's been a trend I've been noticing here. Okay. There's been a trend I've been noticing about the length of these press conferences. All right, the length of these press conferences. They have traditionally been about 20 to 25 minutes. And what's funny about this, guys, is that on so what's it called? What's that damn app where you can bet on anything? You know, you can bet on some piece of bullshit or some other piece of bullshit or some third piece of bullshit. What is it? Polymarket? There's a bunch of those stupid apps out there where you can bet on whatever bullshit you want to. Thank you, Polymarket. There's been a bet on there about how long her press conferences will last. And one of the bets that was on there, at least last time, was will her press conference be over or under 25 minutes? The last couple times she's had a press conference that I've noticed, it's been under 25 minutes, and she will look at the clock and suddenly realize it's about to be 25 minutes, and she's like, okay, we're done. And come on, they're betting on it, right? Like, if you can bet on the length of your own press conference, you're gonna vote, and you're then gonna leave the press conference early, right? Just something to think about, right, Helen Ice Wings? So, like, the Polymarket shit, these people are making a killing off the fact that they control the length of these things, and then they can get rich off betting on themselves. I would bet that that's what she's doing. That's why she suddenly left out of nowhere, okay? Thank you guys we got 4 nails painted. Look at this. Aren't they pretty? Ooh, pretty nails. Right, LaCroix, but there's zero regulating of this shit by the government. All these markets and shit out there, zero regulating. And we're going to see more and more government making decisions based off what they can personally profit on these markets, okay? All right. Are you sure those are hot dogs, Loiso? I can't think of a word to insult you with that isn't a slur. Anyway, that sounded bad, but you know what I mean, Lois. It was going to be a compliment. All right. Okay. So, all right, guys. So let's see here. We got some smoke crack while watching Trump's right. Okay. So let's talk here. We have some other stuff we can talk about, guys. We have some other stuff we can talk about. Yay, us. Yay, guys. Yay. a few things that I would like to cover today, folks. A few things I'd like to cover. First of all, let's go over to anything interesting in the news, guys. Anything interesting we should look at? You know what? Just for fun, I do have some things we can talk about, but all right. Well, now we have a video of that. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Who cares? I'm just seeing here. Okay, what's going on over there? What's going on in the BBC? I'm just doing a quick little search here. Oh, thank you. Let's look at that, Doug. You say Ro Khanna just released the names of some of the men. Okay, this is what I was saying yesterday, guys. Okay, remember I told you guys I would give credit to any Democrat who leaks the names that are in these files that are redacted. Well, our hero is here. And I have long really liked Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna is a really good politician. He is a liberal, but he is still... oh, you're welcome, Finn. Anytime, Finn. Better get a towel or something, Finn. Don't want to... Okay, I'm sorry. That's gross. All right, so let me see here. Where'd my face? God damn it. So, admittedly, Ro Khanna has long been a really good politician, has been a really good guy. Like, he seems to genuinely actually care about some good things. Apparently, he just released the names of some of the people in these files. I guess the people that are named, at least 6 of the names that are included in the unredacted version of the documents are related to Jeffrey Epstein. So Leslie Wexner is one of them. Leslie Wexner, are some of the redacted names. Now, admittedly, from what I know, a lot of these names, just looking at them, were already in the files. But I guess he's just revealing some of the names that were already... You know what? Maybe this is actually a nothing burger. I say that because a lot of these names were already named in the files. And they may have just forgotten to... redact some of them. Oh, there you go, Fox Emblem. Okay. All right. Now that I look at this, all these names I've already heard of in the files. So he just named the ones that were accidentally probably redacted in certain files, I'm guessing. We found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours. Imagine how many men they're covering up. So that doesn't really tell us much. But okay. I know the torture video was sent from Sultan Ahmed bin Salman. All right. But hey, at least it's something. But okay, so now what we need is a Democrat. Yeah, he owns a lot of Ohio. So there's even the Wexner Center down on OSU's campus, pretty close to where I live. So yeah, all right. Okay, so what we need now is a Democrat who's actually has balls, all right, or boobs. I don't want to be misogynistic here. Has balls and is willing to reveal the hidden names in the files too. That would be nice. Okay. To great risk to themselves. All right. But hey, at least I guess they released this, but that is not that big of news. All right. I got to tell you, the more I think about it, it's not that big of news. Okay. So now we need a Democrat with balls to do it. There you go. Boobs, the balls of the chest. There you go. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so gross. I don't mean to. Why am I such a disgusting? All right. So we need a special master or something. Correct in your groove. We need a special master. That sounds like a weird. Nah, never mind. Okay. So, okay. Oh, good. So I guess Trump is hosting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House on Wednesday. Oh, yay. Yay. I know. Elevator lady's here. Elevator lady, I missed you. Thank you for being here, elevator lady. God, I'm about to have an aneurysm seeing you, elevator lady. It's always great to have you here. I get irrationally excited when elevator lady is here. All right. Okay. I dropped my stick. Okay, so that's good. All right, let's see what the other news is going on today. A special master, right? Yay. All right, Mr. King K. Mr. King K, are you there? Are you still out there, Mr. King K? Mr. King K. Mr. King K, are you still here? Because if you are, I'll watch some of the videos you sent me, or I'll watch a couple of them. Okay, so guys, let's look at some other news items, shall we? So a few things here. By the way, guys, let me do a little self from excellent, Mr. King K. All right. Letter two international men of crime. Absolutely, right? Ew, you're disgusting, Finn. I would never say anything like that on stream. You degenerate. I am more classy than that, Finn. I would never talk in such a deranged manner publicly, okay? How dare you? I'm angelic and virginal, and I would never speak that way publicly, Finn. All right. Okay, so what we're going to do, guys, let's take a look here. There are some other news items I would like to talk about. All right, and, well, actually, all right. Maybe not news items here. Let's see here. Okay, so let's watch this. We have does anyone know who, this was sent by Matt Saigai. Is Matt Saigai here?
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix.
Okay, so we have a new video here from Leisha Miller. Everyone here know who Leisha Miller is? Anyone here know who Leisha Miller is? And don't worry, Mr. Kincaid will watch your stuff too, okay? And I would like to, Mo, that'd be a shame, Mr. Kincaid. Oh, don't tempt me, Mr. Kincaid, all right? So Leisha Miller is brilliant. She's a lawyer. She hates Ronald Reagan, and she has really cool glasses, and she's from Minneapolis. That's all you need to know about her. She has a channel on YouTube. I will send it to everyone. If you go to her channel, please be obedient to the cult and tell her I sent you, okay? Okay, I know. Self-promotion. Be obedient to your cult master. I will hand out boops. If you show me evidence that you sent her a message, I will give you a boop. I shall reward you for your loyalty. All right? Okay, but anyway, here, I just sent a link to this video. You can join her channel. She's great. Really good academic legal analysis. She posted a video today called ICE Detention is About to Get So Much Worse. And I have not seen it yet. I know, Drizella, I know. It's not a cult, Drizella. It's not a cult. What do you mean it's called? Okay, yeah, she's great. So she posted a video today called ICE Detention is About to Get So Much Worse. And I really wanted to watch it with all of you. Okay? It is a... Fox Emblem, you're absolutely right. She is lib, but she does some good, legal analysis of things. Right? Isn't it great, Sir Bartholomew? I love living in a never-ending nightmare, too. She is a YouTube talking head, Finn, but, she's good at her stuff. She's good. She's good. She does a lot of really good research and shit. Finn, she's a liberal. I want to point that out, guys, for the lefties out there. She's a lib. But she's like a progressive lib. She's a progressive lib. I don't think she's a socialist, but she still does really good work. Okay. I watch all of her videos. I haven't seen this one, but I do recommend people watch her anyway. Okay. So let's watch here. Let's see what she has to say about it. I'm curious. ICE detention is about to get so much worse. Let's see what she has to say. God help us all. Yay. Okay.
February 9th, 2026, you're tuned into Why America. I'm your lawyer friend, Leisha Miller in Minneapolis. 2025 was the deadliest year on record for ICE detainees. Two cases of measles have been confirmed at the Dilley Family Detention Center in Texas. DHS has recently partnered with the Navy to buy up massive industrial buildings to be...
If you're too woke, Fox Emblem, go back to sleep, okay?
...turned into immigrant detention facilities. Headlines like this have cropped up over the last week that, taken by themselves, are pretty horrific. But I wanted to connect...
I'm so excited to be living in the Gulag Archipelago, aren't you guys? Yay. That's a famous book, by the way, about Stalin's labor camps. Yay. Love that for us. So she cancels herself out, Fox. Hello, tragic. Okay. Just listen to her. How dare all of you, okay? Don't be insane out there, folks. You have to listen to Leisha Miller. She knows what she's talking about, okay? Yes, I'm telling you she's lib, but she still has good takes on things, and she's very smart, okay? All right. Come to Canada while you still can. Sir Bartholomew, can I live with you, Sir Bartholomew? Can I live with you? Will you grant me refuge? All right.
Some dots so we can get a bigger picture of what's going on.
So I don't have to live in some moose den? I don't know. Do moose even live in dens? I don't know. Okay.
And the increasingly
Thank you, Sir Bartholomew. I would love to live in the doghouse.
Opaque world of immigrant detention in the United States. Reportedly, over 70,000 people are in immigrant detention in the U.S. right now.
But isn't that space reserved for Dolly Boy?
unprecedented number and a 75% increase since the beginning of Trump 2.0. And by all accounts, that number will continue to grow as ICE uses its bloated budget, thanks to the big, beautiful bill, to erect...
Yay! I thought you were still here, Dolly Boy. Okay, guys, sorry. We'll listen to this now. I just wanted to get your attention, Dolly Boy. I love insulting you. I'm sorry. Nothing, Dolly Boy. Nothing at all.
More and more hastily built facilities to shove people into under abhorrent conditions. The increased funding through 2029, along with newly uncovered government contracts through the Navy, usually meant for foreign disasters, could create, as one reporter put it, a ghost network of concentration camps on U.S. soil. The work is already well underway, but the worst is likely still to come for the tens of thousands of people, immigrants and U.S. citizens alike, who are being disappeared from our streets and secreted away to facilities that the Trump regime doesn't want anyone to know about. Thank you to my partner on today's video, PDS Debt. Credit card debt sucks.
Okay.
I have illegally, so is speeding or running a stop sign. But many people who are undocumented in the United States entered legally and their visa expired or the Trump regime revoked their protected status.
Yay.
That is not a crime. That is a civil offense. No prison time, no criminal prosecution. While the Trump regime claims it's removing the worst of the worst criminal aliens from our streets, immigrant detention centers are not part of the criminal justice process. Immigration detention...
See, that's worrisome. I've told you this, guys, before, right? The Nazis, I know I'm always talking about the Nazis. I can't help myself. The concentration camps were theoretically spaces where German law didn't apply. And I did a whole presentation on this once, right? No, that sounds weird, but that's what they were legally. They were locations where German law no longer applied. So you could do whatever you want to people inside the concentration camp. And Hitler's idea, was that laws were sort of a barrier to what he called natural racial struggle. So his whole idea was that laws are Jewish. You need a space where there can be no laws so that the quote unquote natural racial struggle can take place. Now, obviously, that's bullshit. And it wasn't exactly natural because, and it's just a bunch of racist gobbledygook. But the fact that these camps are outside of the regular legal system is pretty disturbing. All right, pretty disturbing. That enables, it's almost like zones where laws don't apply. Now, we haven't said that 100% yet. Okay. Let's see what she says.
Detention is categorized as civil detention.
Yes, Nunya, I did hear about that. So gross. Hello, welcome, Nunya.
Detention, meaning people detained there are not meant to be detained as punishment. It is simply a place to hold people.
Exactly, Finn. Gitmo is the same way. So, guys, Guantanamo Bay, there's a reason why it's in Cuba. Because it doesn't have to follow necessarily the same laws as if it were on mainland America. It's almost it allows them to, it's a space where laws don't apply technically. Now, there are laws that apply, but not the same ones that apply here, right? So, it's very gross.
Immigration case moves through the system. The system is incredibly, horribly backlogged. So that can mean people stay in immigration detention for months.
Are you working, Dolly Boy?
Some may be able to make bond and be released pending their hearings, but many cannot afford bond. Because this is not criminal.
On a side note, guys, historically speaking, the United States already had camps and shit like this where they would torture people and do other... Hello, Captain Homer. Glad to see you back here. And other shit like that. But I got you. Cool, Dolly Boy. I miss you, Dolly Boy. All right. But you know what the United States would do to get around American laws against torture and stuff? They would literally outsource the torture to dictatorial, horrific regimes. So, for example, under what was the guy who was the leader of Egypt for a long time? Shit, what's his name? He was overthrown during the Arab Spring. I'm having a mind blank. We would literally send detainees to him so that he would do the torturing for us, or so we could get around American law. Or we would send them to like Assad in Syria, or we would send them to some black site in, but now, the Imperial Boomerang, it's coming home because now those camps are here. Yay. Great for us. Love that. Right? That's what happens. It's the Imperial Boomerang. Mubarak. Thank you, SoCal. So isn't that good? Yay. Guys, everyone gets a boop. Boop, 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 boop. Don't be sad.
Court or imprisonment, people moving through the immigration system
Yeah,
have
they.
the right
Forgive
to
me,
an
Captain,
attorney,
they.
but one will not be provided for them. They have to access and pay for one themselves. This means that many people moving
Right,
through
Finn?
the system are self-represented. They do not have lawyers. This includes unaccompanied children. So there are 5-year-olds just appearing in immigration court without lawyers representing themselves.
Good!
According
Yay!
to DHS's own data, which I think any data coming out of the federal government at this point should be taken with a grain of salt, but even by their own data, only 5% of detainees have been convicted of violent crimes. 5%.
But okay, though this is a bit libbed up, right? Because she's implying that it's okay then that it's okay to be imprisoning the people who have violent crimes against, like my point is that, okay. You see what I mean? None of these people should be imprisoned this way. Even if you've done a violent crime, you should go through the legal system. You shouldn't be put into a camp. And obviously, the Trump administration has been imprisoning people who are undocumented that haven't committed other crimes. We know that. Why is she acting like she's shocked about that? Like, did you know that the Trump administration is imprisoning people that haven't committed violent crimes? Yeah, we know. Okay, we know. All right. I'm kind of annoyed with liberals doing that. It's like, is that really the big discovery here? But all right, I still like her, by the way. I'm just complaining about a few things.
About 26% of detained immigrants had a criminal conviction, though it's unclear for what crimes. Again,
not
speeding
new.
is a misdemeanor and technically a criminal conviction. And another 26% have pending criminal charges. Again, remember the whole innocent until proven guilty thing. This could mean they have an outstanding traffic ticket, or charges that they will be acquitted for, or bogus trumped up charges because the regime is quick to charge anyone with assaulting an ICE officer if they even look at them the wrong way. So again, 5% of detainees have been convicted of violent crimes. 95% of detainees in the immigration detention centers in the United States have never been convicted of violent crimes.
Yeah, we know.
And they are being held in detention centers in civil detention, which is not meant to be punishment. Just keep that in mind as I'm talking about this, okay? And then second, for the idiot trolls, the U.S. Constitution does not just apply to citizens. The Fourth Amendment protections against unreasonable searches and seizures says it protects people, not just citizens. The Fifth and 14th Amendment due process protections extend.
Literally, the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, applies to people, anyone in the country. In theory, the Constitution is supposed to apply to anyone in the country. It doesn't matter if you're a citizen or not. But of course, who cares about the Constitution anymore? Who cares? It's just a document. It's a piece of paper that Trump wipes his ass with. That might be why it's such a brownie color. I don't know. That might be why it's brown and kind of rotty. And that might be why they keep it in a case too, because the smell is so awful. Anyway, who knows? Okay.
To people, not just citizens. So shut the fuck up. Okay, now that that's out of the way, let's get into connecting the dots between the headlines. First headline, Congress is continuing to fight over DHS funding. Democrats are holding out, seeking greater regulation of DHS officers, requiring identification, mask removal, judicial warrants. I talked about this last week. And while I do think Democrats should use this little leverage that they do have and milk it for all that it's worth, in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to ICE detention facilities, this fight is irrelevant. The big, beautiful bill, that spending bill that passed last year, included $65 billion for ICE to build more detention facilities through 2029.
Love that.
That funding's already passed. This DHS appropriations bill is separate and a fraction of the size of the funding provided for in the big, beautiful bill. Increased funding for ICE has also led to hiring of more ICE officers and expansion of operations to include more raids and more expedited.
Yeah, we know this, right? No, they're not, Loiso. You know what? We might not watch this whole thing. I'm actually kind of frustrated with her. She normally does a good job. Well, I'll keep holding out of it. It's a good summary of what's going on, but like she's a bit too I don't know, nice to the Democrats. That's almost a bottom. Okay, I will speed it up a bit here. I'll do 1.25 speed.
Removals. We know this. Typically, expedited removals are reserved for the worst of the worst, but because the Trump regime has deemed all immigrants the worst of the worst, that policy has expanded so now 5-year-olds can be sent for expedited removal, which provides for even fewer rights and less access to due process than is offered under the regular removal process. Those increased operations have led to an increase in immigrant detention. As I said, a 75% increase from around 40,000 before Trump took office to over 70,000 people in immigrant detention now. The type of detention varies. In the case happening here in Minneapolis, where there's a surge of officers arresting everyone from plumbers to protesters, protesters, there are shorter-term holding facilities where people are really only meant to be held for 12 hours or less while their case is assessed and a longer-term holding situation is identified. Or if you're a citizen protester, until you're randomly released some hours later with little explanation. Then there are larger facilities meant to house immigrants for longer periods. DHS can hold immigrants while their case plays out, and once a judge orders that an immigrant be removed, DHS must remove that person within 90 days or provide a good reason why they're just holding on to that person. The system for holding immigrants is really haphazard. Sometimes it's local jails renting out their space to DHS. Sometimes DHS facilities are run by private prison companies. Sometimes the facilities are owned and operated by the federal government.
lot.
And sometimes, like in
it's costing so much money, Finn. No doubt. And sure, it's all the money we have to waste. Why not waste our tax dollars on abusing these people?
Case of Alligator Alcatraz, the facilities are wholly owned and operated by the state. There's technically a guide that says the conditions under which immigrants are required to be held. They're required to be provided shelter, food, water, recreation area, a sanitary environment, and access to healthcare. Again, reminder, this is not imprisonment. This is not punishment. This is a civil confinement. But these guidelines have never been codified into law and are therefore just suggestions that are self-enforced by DHS itself. So it's a haphazard system already that has seen a 75% increase in detainees. There is a 3.5 million case backlog in immigration court, which is why expedited removal is so enticing for the Trump regime. If you deny people due process, then you don't need to hire more immigration judges. You just need to put people on planes and get them out of the country as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, again, as I said, those pesky constitutional due process requirements do apply to non-citizens, so that has gotten the Trump regime into a lot of hot water. So they need beds to put people, even the ones that they're hoping to shove on planes as quickly as possible, which means there's a bottleneck problem in Trump and Stephen Miller's grand plan to arrest 3,000 immigrants a day. Even with the increase.
See, my concern, folks, is that this bottleneck issue is just going to... Now, I know this sounds dark, but if you have an excess of people you can't process fast enough and you don't view them as human and you've dehumanized them and you call them bodies, historically, that can end to very bad things. You know, if you're having trouble removing them physically and you're having trouble finding room for them, do we see what might end up start happening? And I know that this sounds dark and that I'm exaggerating. I'm just talking as a historian here. When you run out of space, I'll say it again, for holding people, you are not able to remove them fast enough and you're dehumanizing them. What might happen to them? What might the other solution for the problem be, according to an authoritarian regime? There you go, in your groove, right? And it doesn't have to be that you outright do it. Okay. Hello, Red Hussar. Welcome. Historically, just tell us you're stuck in the 29th century. What does that mean, Red Hussar? I don't know what that means. Forgive me. So, okay, great, Fox Emblem. So the new centers have medical incineration chambers. Is that true? And also in your group said that too. Great. Guys, you don't have to, I can tell you one thing. In the United States, for example, we used to have these big goddamn asylums that we would throw people with mental health issues into, okay? And I could do a whole stream on these asylums, but these asylums had huge rates of death from things like tuberculosis. And it was oftentimes just these people died and then they were burned or they were thrown into a mass grave and no one cared. And that constantly freed up new space to put more people in the asylums. And a lot of historians kind of viewed it as a subtle form of genocide or ethnic cleansing to kind of let the people die of disease and then remove them from the detention center, burn their bodies to make room for more people to put in there. Even in we set up these schools for Native Americans that were basically genocide centers where their culture would be destroyed. A lot of times they would die of disease. The children of Native Americans, their language would be destroyed, okay? And a lot would die, and it would kind of be allowed to happen. Yeah, absolutely Trump failed. So, you can see how this can very quickly evolve into a humanitarian crisis that's brought upon on purpose. It doesn't even have to be where you, set up a gas chamber. Excuse me, okay, God, I'm so gross. And that's what I'm afraid of, right? I'm afraid, it's already bad, but we're already seeing things like measles break out. Yeah, they all have mass grave, Captain Homer, all these things. And we still find, in Canada, you will still find missionary schools with mass, they still keep finding missionary schools that have mass graves hidden somewhere in there, okay? Okay, so, all right. I am very concerned of where this may go, and we're already seeing some hints of it. Sir Bartholomew, Jesus Christ, all right. AI generated, right, Sir Bartholomew? Okay. So yay, guys, aren't you excited for that stage? And then what'll historians say about all of us guys, right? And I'm not accusing all of you of anything, but, what will all the historians out there, I need alcohol for this. What will all the historians out there say? They'll be like, oh, look at the Americans who didn't do anything while people were being killed in these concentration camps. Oh, yay. I love to be part of that. I love to be part of that historical narrative. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tiago, Jonas for the hydrate. Okay. Don't we love that for us? Okay, let's go.
100,000 immigrant detention center beds that Trump has promised, with 3,000 arrests per day, which is also
There
promised
you
but
go,
not yet
Lacroix.
realized.
Great
Those
movie.
beds would fill up in a little over a month, further requiring an expedited.
By the way, guys, you really ought to see the movie Zone of Interest if you want to know what I'm talking about. Very boring movie, but it's boring on purpose. You need to watch it. It's very disturbing.
Removal process to keep those beds available. As it is, even without reaching the 3,000 per day promise, the existing facilities are incredibly overcrowded, with reports of horrific conditions inside. And so the Trump regime is attempting to solve that problem by buying up abandoned warehouses that they can turn into detention facilities. These are like Amazon-style giant e-commerce warehouses.
It should also be noted, folks, that we often think of the Nazi concentration camps as like where you would go to die by gas chamber, but before the gas chamber stuff, they would literally measure out calories and then just starve the people in the camps to death. Okay, like they would measure out calories, make sure that inmates these victims in the camp were only given enough calories to keep them alive for so long and do slave labor until they died of starvation. So, like, just be aware, right? I think a lot of people have this idea of they need to start setting up gas chambers first before it becomes a death camp. No, not at all. Okay. Death camps can come in many different forms. During the when the Germans set up death camps way before World War II in Africa, their whole idea of a camp was they drove a bunch of indigenous tribes out into the Namibian desert and then didn't let them leave the desert, and they just starved to death or died of dehydration. Okay, yeah, Captain Homer. So just be aware, you don't need a gas chamber. It doesn't need to be as obvious as that for it to be okay.
That DHS wants to throw some cages in and call it a day. Their other tactic is using military bases, some of which were the very sites of Japanese internment camps 80 years ago, and erecting soft-sided tents, often in the arid desert, to hold people in. According to reporting from Bloomberg, the Trump administration—
look, they're even putting them in arid deserts already. Like, okay. And now, even if it's not a death camp yet, do we see? Remember how I said it does not take much to go from holding center to death camp. Like that, it doesn't, we're already like, we are one tiny step away from like one administrative decision away from them being able to turn these things into death camps. And whether or not that it ultimately happens, we should all be deeply disturbed that we've gotten this close to that. Okay. Okay.
has attempted to buy up giant warehouses in at least 24 communities, many of which have seen huge backlash from community members, including in Republican districts. Here in Minnesota, a planned warehouse detention center was scrapped in Shakopee, a suburb south of the Twin Cities, after local residents protested the sale.
Captain
But
Homer.
protesting the creation of these facilities is like playing whack-a-mole. The federal
We
government
did, Finn. We absolutely did. We've done it before. We've done it to Native Americans. We've done it to Japanese folks. All right.
Intent on finding the space, and there are a lot of giant warehouses that are owned by people who would probably love to—
Absolutely, Malzord. Exactly. That's all it really takes is a holding center with a wanton disregard for human decency and health. And guys, under the Nazis, right? It didn't like they had already for many years they had Jewish folks in ghettos. It took many years of separating and dehumanizing until it finally became a death camp. We've already seen all those stages. The people in those camps have already been massively dehumanized over time. They have already been they've been treated like chattel. They've been dehumanized and dehumanized and dehumanized. The psychological foundation for genocide has already been laid. A lot of the people who are running those camps already don't view them as humans. Okay.
cash in on a sweet government contract. And that's a common theme that you'll see throughout this discussion. There is a lot of money to be made on government contracts for these detention center facilities.
Don't you love the capitalism aspect of this? Don't you love it? How, of course, in America, we all have to make a profit off of these detention centers. I'm sure that's not a toxic incentive at all. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind, folks. I really am. Okay. Are we living in this timeline right now? Seriously, are we living in this timeline? It's like living in a goddamn nightmare. I never thought when I was in grad school that I would have to live through. Okay.
According to Bloomberg, quote, on January 16th, the administration paid $102 million for a site near Hagerstown, Maryland, according to a local court filing. A week later, the government paid $70 million in cash for a warehouse in Surprise, Arizona.
Captain Homer. So let me point out, Captain Homer, what do you, so let me ask you guys a question. I know I use the word we a lot when I refer to the United States. Why do you guys think I do that? Why do you think I say we when I refer to the criminal actions of the United States, Captain Homer? And I understand, Captain Homer, that's a fair critique to have when you say, please don't say we. Why do you think I am saying we, though? Okay. When I say, like, we are doing this or we are doing that. Correct. Because the government is doing it in our name and we are allowing it, right? I want people to feel like it's their responsibility, okay? And I'm sorry, Captain Homer, I know it is not accurate in that, like, you and I aren't directly doing these things, but I want people to feel responsible for it because we are the ones who can do something about it, right? We may not be the ones doing it, but we ought to feel like we are the ones who will be responsible for it if we don't do anything about it, okay? There you go, Tish. So, but Captain Homer, I understand, though. I should say they, but I'm actually trying to make people uncomfortable by saying we, all right? Okay. Hello, VJ. Welcome, all right? Yeah. Okay, and Captain Homer, you're right. There is a distinction, but like the ones doing it, but again, I don't want people to think that we are separate, that we are somehow like it's someone else's job to deal with it, right? No, our inaction is enabling it, but that is fair, Captain Homer. I do get that. I am going to keep saying we, but you all know that obviously I'm not saying that you guys are directly doing the killing, but I want people to be motivated to do something. So I kind of do that as sort of a propagandistic thing. I mean, we are the ones who can stop it. All right.
Price. The price tags, roughly in line with the industry average for the warehouse market, cover just the acquisition of the sites, which are currently empty shells. ICE still has to pay companies to outfit the bill.
Yeah, exactly. Meowsword, exactly. I'm also a socialist, and we is a word I'm used to using for that case. And yeah, Captain Homer, that's my attempt at empowering people. It's showing them that we are the ones who can take action. If we're the ones doing it and letting it happen, we're also the ones that can stop it, all right? I get it, though. We can debate it, right?
Buildings with toilets, showers, beds, dining and recreation areas, and then run them as detention centers. A third site in El Paso, Texas, meant to house up to 8,500 people, has also been secured, though the purchase price has not been disclosed. Another pattern you'll find here, lots and lots of obfuscation by the Trump regime. The more people they detain, the more opaque the entire immigrant detention apparatus becomes. Whether you're trying to locate your loved one in the database, or you're a Congress member attempting to exercise your legal right to tour the facilities in your jurisdiction. The Trump regime has made every attempt to keep these processes under wraps, which means the reports that have already come out of the abhorrent conditions in these facilities might only scratch the surface of the horrors happening behind closed doors. One facility with some of the worst offenses is called Camp East Montana, located at Fort Bliss near El Paso, Texas, and the U.S.-Mexico border. This is an example of the soft-sided tent facilities that it appears DHS is planning on expanding upon. A report from the Washington Post back in September cited 60 violations of DHS's own detention standards in the first 50 days of the center being open. Detainees were being shuttled into the detention center in the middle of the desert before construction had even completed. Violations included a lack of access to phones and lawyers.
Hey, happy Black History Month, y'all. Oh my God, it is. How did I forget? Oh my God, look, I'm such a racist piece of shit. I actually did forget that it was Black History Month. I was used to it when I was teaching. I'd always celebrate Black History Month, and I would have like a little thing about, personally, I think the idea of Black History Month is weird. It should be like celebrated all year. Like it's kind of funny that we're like, oh, here's a month to celebrate Black history. I get the need for it though, but I really wish we had a Black history was just part of everything. But okay. Anyway, well, yeah, free Palestine, VJ. Okay.
Huge tents housing hundreds of migrants that were so loud and so bright at all hours of the day that no one could sleep. Seeping sewage, spoiled food, denial of access.
Yeah,
to
every day should be Black
Camp East
History.
Montana is not
every day should be Black History Day. But all right.
an outlier. These complaints, overcrowding, no access to lawyers, unsanitary conditions, spoiled or insufficient food, and denial of medical care
VJ.
are common and recurring across DHS facilities. Here in Minnesota, the surge in ICE activity has meant a surge in need for holding cells for immigrants and citizens alike. Numerous detainees report being held in horrific conditions at the Whipple Federal Building, where ICE has set up headquarters here.
Love that,
including
guys.
being shoved with 50 others in rooms meant to hold half as many people.
Yay.
One woman reported being held in a locked bathroom.
You know what that sounds like, guys? What is that? What is that called? It's like, that reminds me of something. Oh, what is it called? What does that remind me of? I feel like there's That's right. That sounds very familiar to something. Oh, what is it? Being shoved in holding centers and packed together in tight quarters. That sounds like something. Where you pack people tightly together and there's not enough room for them, and they often don't get enough food and medical care and things like that. This image, something about this image looks familiar to me. I wonder what this is from. I wonder. Slavery too. That's you know what? I should mention slavery. Okay. Which, by the way, these concentration camps did look kind of like a slave ship. Okay, like a slaver ship. Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Let's do that. Let's use a more American example, right? A more American example. Slave ships. If anyone's ever seen a slave ship, how they packed the what they called the cargo in together on them. Really gross stuff. Here we got right, they would do this. So you can see here, I'm trying to find a better one. This is a good close-up so you guys can see what it looks like. So here we have the bow, I think, of a slaver ship. They would pack together people. They would call them, like on all the I had to read a bunch of manifests from slave ships. They would literally pack them like cargo in every single empty space on a slaver ship, chain them together. By the way, there was no bathroom. So after all these months at sea, all jam-packed tightly together like this with no bathroom. Anyway, so we could use the concentration camp example. We could use the slave ship example. And guys, a lot of this stuff is not talked about in history classes because history teachers are afraid to traumatize their students. I didn't care. I would even get complaints sometime. I'd be like, you shouldn't be telling our students about these horrible conditions. And I'm like, fuck you. I'm going to tell the reality. Anyway, and actually, the principals would always side with me. It only happened a couple times. Most of the time, people did want to hear it. But these slaving ships were so bad, and so many people were being thrown overboard that there are multiple accounts of sharks following these ships across the ocean. And by the time these boats arrived in the Caribbean, these sharks would be having trouble swimming because they'd be so fat. So if you want to talk about horror show where millions of these enslaved people died, literally millions, Holocaust level millions, talk about the Atlantic slave trade. Anyway, so we could anyway. So either of those examples are a good, analog to what we're seeing this shit. Okay. All right. Maybe I'll do a stream sometime on the Atlantic slave trade because it gets really sanitized for people. Absolutely gets sanitized for people. Atisha, where are you? Where do you have a great museum about it? All right.
Room with 3 men, and then when the men were removed, with another woman and her infant child who was sick with the flu and forced to sleep on a bathroom floor for the night. In 2025, at least 30 people died while in ICE custody, the deadliest year on record, even including during the COVID pandemic. Already this year, 6 more people have died in ICE custody. That number is guaranteed to rise and likely surpass last
I'm near
year's record.
Columbus.
At least 3 of last year's deaths occurred at Camp East Montana, that soft-sided tent camp that was hastily erected in the desert outside El Paso. Most of the reported deaths occurred because of reported lack of access to medical care. And now CNN and immigrant
That's fair, Louise. I should make a video for content.
An insider report that there will be
Thank you for looking out for me, Louise.
new infusion of cash into these soft-sided tent camps thanks to a backdoor contracting system set up between DHS and the Navy. According to reporting by Pablo Manriquez for Immigrant Insider, quote, a massive Navy contract vehicle, once valued at $10 billion, has ballooned to a staggering 55.
Thank you, Dolly Boy, very much for the donation. Well, Dolly Boy, what color do you want for my thumb? What color do you want? Gray, orange, pink, blue, green, red.
$5 billion
Well, there's no blue,
to
it's
expedite
purple.
President Donald Trump's mass deportation agenda. The mechanism for this expansion is the Worldwide Expeditionary Multiple Award Contract, originally designed for military logistics abroad. In a move to bypass traditional competition delays, the Navy's Supply Systems Command has repurposed the vehicle for TITUS, territorial integrity of the United States. This $45 billion increase, published just weeks ago, converts the U.S. into a geographic region for expeditionary military-style detention. It signals a massive, long-term escalation in the government's capacity to pay for detention and deportation logistics.
Yay.
In the world of federal contracting, it's the difference between a temporary surge and a permanent infrastructure. What this means is that companies with existing Navy contracts can bypass the lengthy bidding process and the public gets shut out of notice and comment periods, allowing for expedited federal contracts to pass on a moment's notice, meaning there can essentially be a ghost network of contractors at the ready to erect camp cities as quickly as possible. And these contractors are often experienced with military-style foreign missions and emergency situations. And the line items detailed by Manriquez indicate these would be permanent structures with medical facilities, mess halls, security apparatus, and chillingly, medical waste management with specific protocols for biohazard incinerators.
Great.
With a bloated $55 billion budget for these facilities, the American Immigration Council estimates that in short order, the Trump administration
Right,
could have
VJ,
upwards of
you're right.
135,000
disgusting,
immigration
VJ.
detention center beds fully funded from now until 2029. Reminder that there were 40,000 total when he took office. And as I've said, reports coming out of these facilities are damning, from maggots in food to seeping sewage to children contracting measles. We have gone so far beyond family separation and children in cages at this point. And that's just what we know about. There's a reason Kristi Noem and the other goons are doing everything they can to keep the public out of these facilities.
Yeah,
However,
Captain Homer.
last week, a federal judge in D.C. ordered that Noem cannot bar lawmakers from entering detention facilities in their jurisdictions. Noem had argued that despite what the law says, actually they can bar lawmakers from entering facilities because the law requiring lawmakers to be able to make surprise visits was a separate spending bill. But now they're operating with big, beautiful bill funds, which didn't have any such requirement attached to it. As the
Oh my
federal judge
God.
ruled, the law requiring lawmakers to have access to facilities still stands because it's not actually
Thank you,
possible
Louise.
to
Thank
parse
you.
which dollars DHS uses are
Thank
big,
you.
beautiful bill dollars and which ones are from other dollars, because that would be fucking stupid. And obviously the intent of Congress was to require DHS to allow lawmakers to tour facilities whenever they want. That doesn't necessarily mean that now all of a sudden ICE is going to throw its doors wide open to the public, but it's important to get these things on the record
Sylvie.
to show every time the regime does break the law. It's unclear how this latest ruling will impact lawmakers' actual ability to enter ICE facilities, but every time a Congress member is denied access to tour an immigration detention center.
Yeah, Jonas. Yeah, as a matter of fact, there have been multiple videos of congressional people trying to go to these places and them being denied access. Yeah. Okay, which is unbelievable. I mean, it's believable at this point because the executive branch has long been gaining more and more power to the point where it can just ignore the people's part of the government in theory. Okay. Yeah, and they literally, it's exactly the way. So they've been beaten. Yeah, right, Finn? Jesus Christ. Okay. All right.
That is against the law. I'm hopeful that that means there will be a push now from our Congress members to make routine visits to DHS facilities to document what's happening in there. Because again, what we already know about is harrowing, especially considering these centers, again, are not meant to be punishment. And even if they were, I don't think it would be a stretch to argue that this is cruel and unusual punishment, which is against the Constitution.
See, there's that. Okay, I like Leisha Miller, but there's that cute liberal framing. I think it could be argued that this is cruel and unusual punishment. You think that could be argued? Thank you for your legalese, your liberal legalese there. Okay, yes, it's cruel and okay. Anyway,
a lot of comparisons drawn between these detention centers and the concentration camps.
Oh, Jonas. Oh, I know. As Jonas says, I'm sorry, but for a country with freedom and freedom and justice being your whole motto, this is a joke. I know, Jonas. Jonas, you don't understand. Our freedom comes in the forms of bombs falling on other countries, right? We drop freedom bombs on places like Iraq. We send in freedom special forces to Venezuela. We do freedom invasions of like Afghanistan or whatever, of Vietnam, because we do spread freedom. It's just at the end of a gun, okay? And with bombs. So like, for example, when we liberated that wedding party in Yemen, when Obama liberated that wedding party in Yemen with a drone strike, really give them internal freedom. So we do. So we spread freedom everywhere, right? We spread freedom with our bombs everywhere. So, but of course, I mean, this is freedom, Jonas. It's just, it's just camp-based freedom. Okay, camp-based freedom. Yeah, exactly. Virtual violence. This freedom means freeing Palestinians from this mortal coil. Don't you know that? We have to pay for the bombs of Israel to kill. That's real freedom, okay? So you're just misinterpreting our definition of freedom, Jonas.
During the Holocaust, as well as the Japanese internment camps in the U.S., also during World War II.
There you go.
I don't think these comparisons are particularly apt, and I think that they do.
Oh, no, please, Leisha Miller, don't do this. Don't do this to yourself. She's saying don't compare it to World War II. Don't compare it to the concentration camps. Okay, well, all right. Again, yeah, they don't have gas chambers yet. All right. There you go, VJ. Freedom for the 1%. That is actually true, VJ. This country does work really well in giving freedom to one very small group of people. It's the top 1%, if not 0.1% of the country. So they have all the freedom in the world. The rest of us are just chattel. Okay?
To instill fear in people than anything particularly constructive. But what I was wondering...
Okay, now she's getting just too libbed up. All right.
Researching all of this is how much people knew during World War II of the atrocities being committed by Hitler as it was happening, and even here by the U.S. government. The internment camps in the U.S. were not the same as the death camps in Europe, but they were certainly racist and violated the human rights of everyone who was held there. And much of the worst of the atrocities committed by the Nazis were made apparent after the death camps were liberated. So how much did people know as it was happening? How blindsided were people when images of starving prisoners being liberated began to surface? Will we have a similar situation where it'll come to light only later the extent of the horror?
I'm going to do some historical nitpicking here. I am going to do some major historical nitpicking here. All right. Welcome back, Promethean Rebel. Very glad to see you here. Okay. I haven't seen you recently, I don't think. Like, we do know that the Germans, a lot of them did know exactly what was happening. A lot of them knew exactly what was happening. And a lot of the Allied countries knew what was happening. They could tell that there was something happening. Now, we could quibble. A lot of regular Americans didn't know, obviously, because they weren't in Germany. But like a lot of if you ever go to Dachau in Germany, like the concentration camp is right in the town. Like it's like right next to the town. And the Nazis largely did want people to know that there were these concentration camps being set up because it was a terrorism mechanism. They wanted people to be afraid that they'd be thrown into camps. Now, did a lot of Germans not know what was happening in Poland? Maybe, but they definitely knew that people were disappearing left and right, and they knew that there were camps where people were being killed within Germany. So it really wouldn't be that that big of a stretch to assume what was happening in Poland. All right. And the fact that she's like, well, don't worry, we'll find out later how bad it was. Do we see how morally repulsive that is? That like, oh, don't worry, it'll come out later how bad it is. These are probably like Japanese internment camps, but we'll find out later how bad they are. Well, shouldn't we then stop them now if we're afraid that people might be being killed in them? Like, what are we doing? This is the weirdest argument for her to be making. I don't understand her point. I don't understand the point she's making. Yeah, no, you're right, Foxman. This is historical revisionism. She's not a historian, but like, okay, this is kind of embarrassing.
Being committed by the U.S. government against detained immigrants. And here's what I learned.
Yeah, VJ.
Everyone knew. They knew at least as early as 1941 that Hitler was executing Jews en masse. In August 1941, Winston Churchill made an address to the public.
No. Okay, again, why is she only talking about the Allies, the non-Germans? The more apt comparison would be Germans, because we, in this circumstance, are the Germans, because it is our government, right? Why is she ignoring the fact that the Germans knew? Okay, most of the Germans probably knew, okay? Okay, she's like, well, they didn't know until 1941. Okay, the Germans knew, a lot of the Germans knew what was going on, and if they didn't, then they were fools, but they definitely did, okay? All right.
Announcing that Hitler was exterminating entire districts in Eastern Europe and executing thousands of civilians in cold blood. By spring 1942, U.S. journalists who had been kicked out of occupied Europe reported that Hitler had already exterminated 500,000 Jews. And that summer, papers across the world reported that 1 million Jews had been killed.
This is such a weird... I'm sorry, this is so annoying to me. It's such a weird comparison.
By December 1942, Edward Murrow of CBS Radio reported, quote, "What is happening is this. Millions of human beings, most of them Jews, are being gathered up with ruthless efficiency and murdered. The phrase concentration camps is obsolete, as out of date as economic sanctions or non-recognition.
Totally, VJ.
It is now possible only to speak of extermination camps." And as for Japanese internment in the United States, not only was it public knowledge, it was an incredibly popular policy. A poll taken in March 1942 asked respondents, quote, "Do you think we are doing the right thing?"
Yeah, and Tisha, I want to point out, I do like her a lot still. She does a lot of good content. I know I'm being kind of mean to her on this historical point. I do like a lot of her content. She just taught us a lot of good stuff. I know, but she does have some lib takes on things. So even though I'm being really mean to her, please do help her out. Watch her content. She does do a lot of good stuff, okay?
In moving Japanese aliens, those who are not citizens, away from the Pacific coast. 93% said yes. Only 1% felt that interning Japanese immigrants was wrong. The poll went on to ask, quote, "How about the
I
Japanese
know,
who were
Finn.
born
You
in
may
this
have been
country
right,
and are
Finn.
United States citizens? Do you think they should be moved?" 59% said yes, and only 25% believe that U.S. citizens
Jester, right?
who are of Japanese descent should not be interned. Never underestimate the power of racism. History doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme. Despite the horrific conditions in immigrant detention facilities today,
And sometimes it kind of repeats itself.
being documented across the United States, despite the deteriorating public opinion when it comes to the most egregious ICE hostilities, the ones that result in white people dying in the streets, there is still a shockingly large population in the United States, many of whom I'm sure you'll find right here in this very comment section, who are applauding this, who read the reports and say, good, serves them right for coming here illegally. Even as reports and images and videos of the emaciated prisoners in the
So what do we do
concentration
about
camps
it?
became public at the end of World War II, there were still many Nazis and Nazi sympathizers who thought Hitler was right, who looked that inhumane, barbaric treatment in the face and said that was right. Today, history is rhyming. We have
Maybe,
children getting
Malzor.
measles in a country that eradicated the disease a quarter century ago, while the regime sits by and says, "Oh, well, at least they're not autistic." We have human beings being
Jesus.
detained, beaten, held in overcrowded facilities, dying of
I
medical
know Trump
emergencies,
failed.
living in the seeping, oozing sewage. of their
Finn, don't say that, Finn. Okay, in your groove, can we tell the army to liberate the camps? Technically, in your groove, the army takes an oath to the Constitution. So, yeah, I guess. But, that's not how it works in practice, though, unfortunately.
fellow inmates, while the regime says, well, they're criminals, the worst of the worst. They're not humans. It's fine. Look away. But I encourage you to not
Yep,
look
Mr.
away.
Kincaid.
Bloomberg published a list of places where DHS is attempting to procure warehouses to store humans in. Some of these have been shut down, like the one attempted in Shakopee, Minnesota. Some
Me
are
too,
moving
virtual
forward.
violence.
I encourage you to do some Googling for your own area to see if there are reports of DHS attempting to find facilities near you. Putting up a stink has proven to work. Make it as hard as
Has
possible
it?
for DHS to find anywhere to put people. Encourage
Has
your
it
Congress
prov-
members to visit.
Is that okay? I'm sorry, but is that her solution here? We need to put up a stink and you need to contact your Congress member. I'm afraid, folks, we're beyond that. Okay, we can do that, but we also need to do more than that. And I think you know what I mean. Okay, we are beyond that.
The ICE facilities in your area. Do you even know whether there are DHS detention centers in your area? Don't look away. It is easy to be distracted by the horrific manner by which DHS agents are capturing people, murdering people in the streets, but that's truly just the beginning. Protesters tend to be roughed up a bit, held for a while, and then released. Immigrants, however, are being wholly disappeared,
Yeah, you're right,
kidnapped,
Fox
and
Emblem.
sent far away from home, no matter what their medical needs, no matter whether they have a lawyer, no matter whether they're here legally. We cannot be indifferent to that. They have to know that we are watching them. It won't stop the atrocities, but it's truly all we can do at this point. If you'd like to support my work, consider joining on YouTube, Substack, or Patreon to get access to all these episodes completely ad-free. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons, Christopher Cohen, Evan Friedley, Mark, Sarah Shelby, Dennis Smith, Art, David, LaTranger Lucas, Thomas Johnson, and Tay. Your
Oh,
generosity
my
makes this
goodness.
channel what it is.
Okay, so that's the horror we're living in. That is the absolute horror we're living in. Love that for us. I mean, we've known this for a while, right? Okay, known that for a while. All right. Hello, VJ. What do you say here, VJ? VJ says, I will say it will have to start with the Caucasians. I'm letting y'all know that right now, we've already tried to tell people enough time. Who is we? VJ, what do you mean we? We've already tried to tell people enough times. So when when it actually starts, y'all have to start. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Would you clarify, VJ? What do you mean by who is we when you say we? And then you say it has to start with the Caucasians? In reference to what? Black folks. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Tisha. That makes sense. So what you're saying here is, like, historically, people of color have been treated this way, right? Like, this is not necessarily new for a lot, like for Native American peoples, for Black peoples, for shit like that. Okay. And I know I'm going to sound like an asshole. VJ, I completely agree with you. But I will say, VJ, like, I agree with you in like totally in principle, right? But VJ, at the same time, at this point, right, it is much more about the elites versus all of us than it is about black versus white. Now, I know that's easy for me to say as a white guy, but there are elites that are black, okay? Now, does that mean that, so I think everyone in the country needs to act on this. And like there have long been a significant number of white people that have, especially socialist and left-wing people that have been fighting against this. So I think we need more like unity around that. Yes, a lot of the folks that haven't been resisting are Caucasian or white, but I think it's more complex than saying it's just about skin color. Does that make sense? Okay, that it's just about then saying it's like about Caucasian people not doing enough. Like if you look at stats, for example, women, like it's if you want to even go further, men, I should say, have to do more. Okay, like if you look at the stats, women, for example, very few voted for Trump and things like that. So like, I'm not saying that there isn't a racial component here, but I don't know. I feel like it's oversimplified to say white people need to do something. You see what I mean? But yeah, everyone needs to do something. But yes, all right. Okay. All right. I'm reading a very cool book about how revolutionary violence played a huge role in every level of black liberation in the country. Harriet Tubman say, yep. No. Harriet Tubman. Do you know, guys, what people don't know about Harriet Tubman? She actually was one of the first female military commanders in the United States. She led a group of Union soldiers into the South in a raiding party to attack plantations and free slaves. That is some badass shit. That is some badass shit. Okay. Badass shit. Okay. Like real badass shit. All right. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm accidentally, a lot of people are getting blocked by the censorship. I'm trying to free up there. Okay. VJ. All right. Okay, here we go. VJ, in the overarching systems that work in the way that they do, the majority of Caucasian people are oblivious in the ways that the structures are made against minorities. So once they wake up and actually find a way to unionize with minority communities, then we will have more structure with the citizenship of America, let alone it being a divisive Schrodinger's when do I help or not. That's fair, VJ. I would say that is partially true. There is racial division, okay, but there's also class division, okay? So, for example, within the white community, right, you have middle-class white people and you have working-class white people, okay? And a lot of times they don't get along. The middle-class white people, they're all part of the working class, but middle-class white people often do not work in the interest of the working class white people because they're divided against each other. There are a lot of black middle class people that also work against working class black and white people. Okay. Race is definitely a oppressive structure in this country, but I think there also needs to be more class solidarity, if that makes sense. Okay. There needs to be both. Okay. There needs to be both. If that makes sense. Yes. But VJ, I don't, you can tell VJ, I'm like nervous talking about this stuff, right? Or at least I'm careful when I talk about this stuff. I think we need to do both because, and I'm always get concerned, VJ, like when we talk about race, for example, it seems like both parties all have been using race to keep people divided. And unfortunately, there is a lot of racism out there that keeps people divided. But I really want, God, I wish we could overcome that. That'd be nice. So I'm looking more for, okay, we could talk about this more, but there are lots of, yeah, okay, all right. Both need to be true. All right. All right. Okay. I will say solidarity would be way more prosperous. I agree, VJ. We just need solidarity across, and I guess what you're saying is kind of what I'm saying, I guess, because I want solidarity across racial bounds, right? Which unfortunately a lot of people have trouble accomplishing. Race is used to divide people, keep them from solidarity. So I guess we're both saying the same thing to some extent. Okay. Anyway. All right. There we go, VJ. Okay, excellent. So, all right. So this is like one example, but after he started putting up a rainbow coalition. Yeah, exactly. A united working class is what really scared them. Okay. Intersectionality, right, guys? Okay. So guys, all right. Let's go on here, guys. Oof. Let's see here. All right. So thank you guys for watching that with me. We got a lot of problems, obviously. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll say it if you're nervous. Class solidarity is the yeah. Thank you, G-Man. Racial, essentially. Yes, absolutely, G-Man. And I know, yeah. Okay. The problem though is, G-Man, like in the United States, especially, right? There is, like, I cannot deny the racial issues at all. I mean, they're obviously there and they're horrific. And it's very hard to navigate these conversations in the United States. Okay. Let's just put it that way, because you don't want to also dismiss the concerns of racial minorities, because they are definitely true. Okay. Anyway. All right. So palate cleanser. Sure. In your groove. Let's find a palate cleanser, guys. By the way, folks, if you like my content, you become a member for as little as 99 cents a month. You can, over on YouTube, become a member for as little as 99 cents a month. All right. And I'm trying to find something to watch here. That's a palate cleanser. We might not have any palate cleansers, which is fine. For as little as 99 cents a month, you can become a palate cleanser. You become a member. If you're over on Twitch, you can support me by subscribing using Amazon Prime, in which case you don't have to pay anything. And then you can don't have to see ads anymore over on Amazon, on Twitch. If you want to donate, by the way, you can send 200 bits over. By the way, I'm looking for a video to watch. That's why I'm pausing right now, okay? You know what I'm going to do, guys? Actually, I'm going to go use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back, okay, guys? Okay. How dare all of you? How dare you steal that troll's comments and you remind me about it? You remind me about that troll's comments. I'm so mad at all of you, okay? My community is the meanest community on the internet right now. My community is the meanest community on the internet. Okay. Okay, that is the meanest community on the internet. All right. Yeah, it's your fault, Dolly Boy. How dare you? This is all Dolly Boy's fault. I blame. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see here. All right. Okay. And guys, I am not a class reductionist. I am not, okay? But I also am not a race reductionist. I'm right in the middle, and I feel like different sides will reduce it to either race or class. I say it's race and class, but the problem is that when I say that, people will say I'm a class. I've been called a race reductionist and a class reductionist. I've been called both. Okay, so because I say it's both, and it's hard to navigate where one ends and the other starts a lot of the times. Okay, guys. All right, you guys. And by the way, guys, for all the people posting that, like, streaming and expecting donations, that's a joke. They're posting that because a troll came in my stream and posted that. They don't actually believe that. And all you people out there that are posting it, you better make it clear for the new people that you're joking, okay? Because some people won't know what it means, okay? Some people won't know what it means, okay? Screw all of you, all right? I'm going to go use the restroom, folks. I have to go take a piss, all right? Have to go take a big old piss, all right? Always check to make sure that your urine is clear. So make sure you're drinking enough water, okay? Make sure you're drinking enough water. Screw you, Loiso, screw you. I'll be back, guys. I'll be back. Yes, you're all joking, okay? I'll be right back. Love you.
Guess some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about an ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams. Wanna feel that rush, rising like the golden sun. Gonna take one touch, lightning lets me know that you're the one. Yeah, you took these rough diamonds, my heart is like a loaded gun. And I'm gonna use that love, I'm gonna use that love. Now we're here tonight, I'm gonna use that love, use that love. Running dry, I'm gonna use that love, use that love. I was empty, so hollow, since you came around. I'm gonna use that love, I'm gonna use that love, use that love, use that love, I'm gonna use that love.
Hi guys, I'm back. Aren't you excited? Hi. Hello. Okay guys. So, let's see. Did anyone join? Hello Dubois. Welcome back, Dubois. Glad to see you here. What kind of bottoms aren't allowed in what are you talking about? Who's talking about bottoms? How dare you yell at me? It was a lawn. I also got a donut. So look at this thing. Look at this thing. This is the benefit of living near Amish people. Okay. There is like 15 to Thank you, Jonas. 15 or like 20 minutes from here is this Amish bakery that has some of the best goddamn donuts in the world. So anyway, I am just very happy with it. I'm excited to eat this thing. It looks delicious. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, okay. It's maple, by the way. It's a maple. All right. Gesturing, Dolly Boy, how dare you? Gesturing and expecting coin tosses from the royal court as your main income is pathetic. The king isn't obligated to laugh. Court trends change by the fortnight. The Royal Herald doesn't care about your act. Go till a field. Dolly Boy, that is a brilliant historical joke. Brilliant historical joke. Loiso says, hilarious. Okay. Oh, I guess it was originally Malzord. Loiso says pissing and expecting clear piss is pathetic. Okay. What the hell? It's pathetic. Kidneys aren't obligated to filter out residual toxins. Hydration changes by the minute, and the mineral content. Oh my God. I hate all of you. I hate all of you so goddamn much. Okay. Shut up, virtual violence. Shut up, okay? I did. I read Loiso, okay? All right. Screw you, Ninjester. Okay, screw you. No one saw... Wait, I didn't I didn't eat that in a seductive way at all. What do you mean? I just like cream-filled Lon Johns. What's wrong with you guys? Look at that. Look at that cream in the middle. Oh, my God. I love the way it... I'm not going to say that. You're all going to clip me. I'm not going to compliment this phallic-shaped donut anymore. Okay. You're a pervert, J-Mac. Okay, guys. So let's get on. How dare you, Cody? All right. Let's, Ooh, Dubois. I had a Chevy Malibu. Okay. You know what? Let's go on here. Let's see what else we got. I'm ignoring all of you. I'm ignoring all of your the degeneracy in chat. Okay. We got some other stuff to watch, guys. Let's see here. What do we got here? What do we got? We got some shit we can watch. Oh, you know what? This looks cute. Who sent this? Are you here, a bright love? Is a bright love here? A bright love? Are you here, a bright love? Are you here, a bright love? A bright love, are you here? Are you here, a bright love? Are you bright love? Are you here? Are you here, a bright love? A bright love, are you here? Yay, okay. So let's watch this. We'll watch this. A bright love sent us something to watch. Mr. King K, I said I would watch something of yours. My apologies. We'll get back to your stitch. I keep saying that too. Let's watch it. This is from A Bright Love. If you guys didn't know, since I just said it like 8 times. A Bright Love sent us this video here, which is called Diet. Well, wait a minute. I just saw it and now I lost it. Give me a second. You all know I'm deeply incompetent. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Okay, here it is. We'll watch this. So this is called Dialectical Materialism. Oh, we're going to do some theory, aren't we? All right. Okay, let's see how long it is first.
Do you actually know what dialectical materialism is? If you don't, I'm here to help, and if you do...
That might actually be too long, a Bright Love, for now. We might go back. We'll probably go back to it, a Bright Love, but forgive me. I'm going to watch... Let me see what else we got here. You know what? Let's do a UK thing real fast, okay? A state of So this, just real fast, because for our UK audience, and because I'm interested in it, we will get back to that, though, a Bright Love. We'll get back to that right after this. Right after this. Okay? Yes, we'll get back to the dialectical materialism thing. But first, this is a video about I don't know. It's about Keir Starmer. So for those who don't know, Keir Starmer it's only 4 minutes long. It's about Keir Starmer is the current Prime Minister of the UK. He is getting major pushback for his bullshit, his inability to fight, like to do much about the revelation in the Epstein files. Okay. So I don't know who is this guy. I don't know who this guy is. Jonathan Pye. Is he a comedian? Is he a comedian? He's a spineless coward who's achieved nothing. Well, that's for sure. He just sounds like a normal American politician. I'm sorry, Meowsword, I have a bad memory. Okay, he's a comedian. Okay, let's see what he has to say about Keir Starmer, who's, for the Americans out there who don't know about him, he's like a Chuck Schumer type figure. All right, a Chuck Schumer type figure, except he might be slightly stronger than Chuck Schumer, but not by much, okay? All right, everyone ready? Let's go.
Execution. One backbencher told me they'd never seen the Prime Minister as passionate as he was at last night's meeting with his parliamentary party, adding that last night Keir Starmer was almost a completely different person. Back to you, Sophie. I wish he fucking was a completely different person. Like literally somebody else running the country. You know, but in lieu of someone else, when do we get to see this new Keir Starmer, this completely different person? You know, what's he going to do? How's he going to woo us back? Sing us a tune, do a card trick, set light to his farts whilst whistling God Save the Queen, King? Because, you know, it's going to have to be pretty fucking spectacular to regain any kind of dignity. How can he regain any authority or respect or regain the ability to govern effectively again? I mean, he's never really been able to govern effectively, you know, almost from day one. Political malpractice at almost every turn. End the chaos. That's what we were told. Change. An end to the revolving door of Whitehall and the constant U-turns. An end to incompetence. That's what we were told. And what did we get? Started right out the gate with free suits and freezing pensioners, and it soon went downhill from there. Labour's prison reform involved the accidental early release of sex offenders whose visas had run out. The homelessness minister, done for making her tenants homeless. The anti-corruption minister, done for corruption on a massive scale. The housing minister, done for underpaying tax on a house purchase. And
Jonas, you're not wrong. No, I'm sorry. I'm cutting him off, but Jonas makes a good point. Jonas says, this is kind of self-promotion because, okay. Jonas says, watching your streams has just made me more pessimistic. Losing faith in our current PM is the primary reason reform is getting any traction. Yeah. Like, that is the whole thing, is that fascism comes about when the mainstream parties aren't doing anything for people or are being weak and aren't actually doing any reforms, and that is Keir Starmer to a T. The Labour Party is a nonsense party that doesn't do much of anything anymore, okay? They're like the Democrats in some ways, which is giving reform an opening to basically scapegoat minorities and shit like that, okay? That is like, yeah, absolutely, Jonas. I hope I didn't mean... Yeah. Okay, Jonas. And I'm hoping, I hope you're not too pessimistic. We need some revolutionary optimism, but yeah, it's a problem. And I suspect that the United States, Britain the UK isn't that far behind us in terms of taking a Trumpian type route. I hope it doesn't happen that way. I really do. But we're seeing it everywhere, all over Europe, in Japan, in the United States, and the UK seems to be set up for that as well. So, yeah, you guys need major reforms over there just like we do.
And of course, Peter Mandelson, Prince...
there you go, Louise. They shouldn't even call themselves the Labour Party anymore, right?
...of darkness returns again as our top diplomat.
And Dolly Boy says, and when Labour tries to get those voters back by lurching to the right, that's what the Democrats did. How did that work out for them? Not good.
Even though he was a known acquaintance of known paedophile Jeffrey Epstein, the only man in history who would have made Jimmy Savile jealous. And on the back of that, the
Oh my
fourth
God.
direction of communications in a year is gone, as well as his second chief of staff after Sue Gray, who lasted all of 3 minutes. But, if McSweeney had to go because of the Mandelson appointment and Tim Allen had to go because of the Mandelson appointment, then it stands to reason that Starmer has to go because of the Mandelson appointment, right?
Bye, Starmer, bye.
If the person who advised you needs to go, then surely the numpty that took that advice has to go too. What is strange, though, right, is McSweeney is Starmerism, but McSweeney is also a product of Mandelson. Morgan McSweeney was born of Peter Mandelson. McSweeney was Mandelson's protege, and Keir Starmer was born of McSweeney. They are all cut from the same cloth. But, right, forgetting for one moment Mandelson telling state secrets to a paedophile whilst hanging out in his house whilst not wearing any trousers, that aside, Mandelson, and by proxy McSweeney, and by proxy Starmer, represents a political culture that has dominated Labour for a generation, which has left it a husk, a Labour Party hollowed out.
Shouldn't even be called Labour.
Mandelson oversaw a Labour that chose to completely detach itself from the lives of the people it was created to represent.
Oh my God, they're the
clue
Democrats.
is in the title. A party that abandoned the working classes in favour of the middle classes, who abandoned economic equality for identity politics. A party that waxes lyrical about extreme poverty, but is far more comfortable whining and dining billionaires, lobbyists, and corporate power.
Guys, for the Americans out there, how similar does this sound? I mean, dear God, this is like... This sounds super similar, doesn't it? To a certain problem we're having here, right? They're like, exactly, it's like the... Anyway.
Working men's clubs for private dinners. A party captured by a political class whoring themselves to donor networks. A Labour Party that sidelined moral judgment and favoured managing optics and money markets rather than challenging the status quo or redistributing wealth and power. Labour has for some decades been millimetres away from completely losing its moral authority, and if it carries on the way it has been, it will soon have lost its...
Does it really have any moral authority left at this point, though? I mean, for me it doesn't, especially because of the Gaza shit, but okay.
Right to govern. And they will have left the door to number 10 wide open to forces far more sinister, but presumably far less incompetent. Okay.
Oof.
Thanks, Sophie. Coming up, we'll be taking a look at the rest of the week's.
Oh, brilliant. I love it. I love it. That is very good. Yeah, Uniparty. Now, guys, allow me to take a moment to do my little lefty bit here. Karl Marx was right. Karl Marx was right. This is the problem with capitalism. If you have a system with private ownership of property where people are allowed to gain an enormous amount of wealth, even if you have structures in place to like prevent that wealth from seeping into politics, it will still seep into politics, and the wealthy and the powerful will neuter the politicians or bribe them to put them on their side, and will prevent real reform. And over time, the working class will gain more and more resentment and become more and more radicalized, and then you'll be left with a situation where you have to choose between going left or having fascists. It happens in every capitalist society. It doesn't matter if you're a social democracy. It doesn't matter if you have a welfare state and things like that. If you're still capitalist, it'll still ultimately happen. It is a problem. Now, okay, that's what the trend is everywhere. That is always the trend, okay? And as I said, as long as you have a capitalist system, you always have the threat of fascism. Okay, as long as you, I should say, have like a democratic capitalist system, you always have the threat of fascism. All right, well, capitalism in general. Okay, so right, you need something needs to change there. You either need some major reforms to sort of offset the rise of fascism and to hold it off. Okay, you see what I mean? All right. So it's always okay. All right. So yeah, It's a problem. So let's go on here. And guys, we're seeing this everywhere. Japan, something similar is happening somewhat. It's a bit different there. It's kind of, well, that's kind of a mixed bag. We're seeing it all across Europe, different right-wing governments taking over and things like that. Okay. In Portugal, now recently Portugal didn't, I know, right? Okay. Yeah, I know, guys. Okay, so anyway, so this trend is the same in most places, all right? Let's go back here. Speaking of leftism, does that make sense to everyone? I try not to use, it's sometimes hard to talk about socialism and stuff because, you know, there's not much information out there about these things. Like, you're never taught about it in school. And so I'm always trying to make sure that when I explain these things, it's comprehensible. Because that's also an issue for lefties. A lot of lefties don't know how to talk about these things in a way that's digestible for people because people haven't been haven't never been taught the language and stuff. Anyway, okay, so let's watch it. This was sent by a Bright Love. Now, a Bright Love, this is going to be a theory video here. If it's too dense, my inner teacher will take over and we'll stop watching it because I want people to be able to understand what's being said. So I do hope that she is good. She's comprehensible to sort of a regular audience. Okay. I have like pet peeve with some lefties who use all this Marxist language. And then it's like, who the hell are you communicating with? No one knows what you're saying. And it also sounds, so we'll see how, I don't know who she is, but we'll find out. She's going to be talking about something called dialectical materialism. You know what I mean, elevator lady. Is she? Okay. We'll see. Okay, I believe you, Bright Love. So we'll see how she explains this. I'm not going to pollute what she has to say, but dialectical materialism is sort of a Marxist idea. Hopefully, you guys will be able to apply it to our current situation. Okay, there you go, body swap. So let's see what she has to say here. I may pause sometimes for clarity, and again, if she's not clear enough, we will stop watching it. I'm just warning you guys in advance, because okay.
Know what dialectical materialism is? If you don't, I'm here to help, and if you do, I'm here to validate your understanding, hopefully, or break your brain, which might also be a good outcome. I feel like a lot of people love to talk big game about being a dialectical materialism understander, like, mostly online, obviously, and yet it seems like so few people actually understand it, which is why I had to make this video. I want people to be having dialectical discussions using the dialectical materialist method, but instead they're just making declarations and treating them as absolute truths while claiming they're doing a dialectical materialist analysis, and I just can't. I can't. That's not what dialectical materialism is at all. So
let's DM you. There you go, Mauser, a dialectical materialism understander.
Dialectical materialism.
By the way, great concept to bring up on a date if you want to impress someone who's like a demisexual or whatever, or not a demisexual, like sapiosexual, someone who's attracted to intelligent people. Talk about dialectical materialism, use big words, be like, I'm a dialectical materialist, and then explain it, and then talk about repressive to sublimation. Use all these big words. Great for a date. This has been dating tips from your favorite jester, okay?
Let's just jump straight into it. Dialectical materialism is the Marxist method of analyzing the world. It's basically the Marxist philosophical approach for understanding reality.
How dare you, Sir Bartholomew? How dare you? Okay?
And how it functions. Dialectical materialism consists of the words dialectical and materialism. Dialectics comes from the Greek dialega.
No, sapiosexual, Mr. Kincaid. Demisexuals are people who really only become attracted to someone if they have an emotional connection to them. Sapiosexuals are people who are attracted to someone not based off looks, but based off intelligence. Okay.
To discourse or debate. Think of like a Socratic dialogue where Socrates questions all the premises of his opponent's argument to overcome the contradictions within the argument and reach a higher
Mr.
truth.
Kincaid.
I actually found Socrates really annoying when I read him in undergrad, but nevertheless, over time, the dialectical method was transformed into a method of understanding real processes in nature and society rather than just arguments. According to Lenin, dialectics in the proper sense is the study of contradiction in the very essence of objects. That means that to think dialectically, you need to be able to consider the contradictions within a thing. You basically need to ask, what are the opposites within this thing? Contradiction in this case basically just means opposing forces. It's not to be confused with like a logical contradiction. And contradiction more specifically means related opposing tendencies within.
So, are we all following her? I don't. Okay. Well, we'll see. I don't think she's being very clear, but we'll see here. Okay.
The same thing. Internal opposing forces. And by thing, I really mean system.
Yeah,
the system
Louise.
could be the human body. It could be society. It could be class. It could be the economy. It could be history. Really, like anything is a system. These opposing forces are interdependent, so one can't exist without the other. And the struggle between these opposing forces or contradictions is what creates motion.
Okay, guys.
An example of some contradictions. Everything in the universe has an aspect to it that is new and an aspect that is old. Everything has positive aspects and negative aspects.
Yeah.
A past and a future. Something arising and something disappearing. Over time, these aspects of a thing transform into their opposites. The new becomes the old. The future becomes the past. Not knowing turns into knowing. Failure can turn into success.
Yeah.
Change happens through this struggle of opposites. Think of dialectical behavior therapy.
So, guys, the best way to explain this is dialectic is like two contradictions that sort of push back and forth against each other, and that which results in a third new reality. Okay, so like, you have one group of people that has a bunch of power, and they control another group of people. Both of them have different. Like masters and slaves, they have a contradiction in their desires. The back and forth on these desires, one wants freedom, one wants control, will eventually create a new reality. That's an example, okay? Synthesis, antithesis, and new synth. Okay. All right.
Which essentially applies dialectical thinking to therapy. One of the things you learn in DBT is to identify what your emotions are and then do the opposite of what your emotions are telling you to do. If you're ashamed and you want to withdraw, you're encouraged to move towards connection. If you're depressed and want to lay in bed, you're encouraged to go move or create art or do something that gets you up and doing things. If your OCD tells you that the parked car you're about to walk past is following you and they're going to shoot you when you walk by, well, you just keep on walking by. Or if it tells you that you need to keep Googling the symptoms of this one disease because what if you secretly have it but you just haven't learned enough about it, so you don't know enough, so you might secretly have it? You acknowledge that you're having this feeling and then do literally anything else. This technique involves identifying a contradiction.
Yeah.
In this case, it's the action your mental state is telling you to do versus the opposing action that would make you feel better. Performing the opposite action moves you towards resolving that contradiction by strengthening the neural pathways associated with performing the action and weakening the neural pathways associated with the maladaptive response. DBT isn't dialectical materialism itself, but it shows us how contradictions can drive change.
Yeah.
Because you're literally identifying a contradiction to drive change in your life. Before we dive deeper into dialectics, a word from today's sponsor. Have you ever Googled...
Okay, guys. So, how about this? Bright Love, this is a really good video. I will say she's good at explaining it, but I feel like this is not concise enough. Let me explain, okay? I'm going to save her because I like her stuff, but all right, let me show you guys something real fast here if I can find it here. I'll just show you an image. Like, I feel like she's over explaining it. I feel like she could explain it a lot easier just by going right to it. Dialectical materialism. All right. Okay, so here we go. The idea, okay, basically, here we go. Here is Marx's idea of dialectical materialism, all right? It's quite, I've explained it before actually on stream, okay? So materialism, literally the material reality of things. Who owns what? Who has control over the material reality of the world? Over the food, over the money, over the resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, all like the material, realistic reality. Okay, so dialectic materialism is that basically the foundation of society and societal change is what happens in that material reality. Who owns what? and the relationship between different groups of people that control different things. Okay, so for example, and it typically is a dialectic. There's typically one group versus another group, and they fight back and forth until they come to a new situation. Let me explain. So it used to be that you had slave owners and you had slaves, these two separate forces. They had a contradictory objective. One was trying to gain freedom and to maximize its material benefits, like the food it got and the money. The other one was also trying to maximize. And so they fought back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, one trying to gain freedom, one trying to exploit the other one. And eventually this resulted in history moving forward until a new reality came about, which was serfs and lords. So you no longer had slaves and slave owners, you had like lords and serfs, where the lords controlled the land, the serfs worked for the lords, they had a contradictory set of interests, they fought back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and ultimately that ended in a new reality called capitalism. Under capitalism, the material reality is that you have owners and workers, employers and employees. The employers, the bourgeois, the owning class, have a certain set of goals and incentives, and the workers or the employees have a contradictory set of goals and incentives, which causes these two groups to constantly conflict with each other. All right? And the idea of dialectical materialism is that this is the basis of everything in society, these contradictions between who controls what. Your culture springs out of this, okay? All this other shit springs out of it, okay? And there is some truth to this. It's a bit of an oversimplification, but that's dialectical materialism. It's just like the competition between different groups in a society over time. Does that make sense? Yeah. Absolutely, Loiso, you're not wrong. Marx was European, so this really is only looking at European history. It's very Eurocentric. There are flaws in the idea of dialectical materialism, but it's useful in some ways. No, I agree. You're totally right, Loiso. Okay, and it leaves out a lot. Okay, right? Is that much better? Is that easier, Luis? So that's dialectical materialism. The basis of society and history is the competition between these different classes. Right now, we are in the stage of capitalism, and the biggest competition is between the owning class and the employers and the employees. And our political system and our culture is all based around this system. It's like so obvious, it's so apparent that like you can't even really see it because we're so used to it. And then the goal is for us to get out of this back and forth, right? And that's why Marx said we need to have a communist society where there is none of this back and forth, where there are no two separate classes fighting back and forth, where everyone is the same, essentially. Not everyone is the same, I'm way oversimplifying, but where you don't have these classes to constantly fight back and forth, all right? And one to oppress the other. You see what I mean? Okay. That is dialectical materialism, all right? Death is a preferable alternative to communism. So, okay, now, yeah, there you go. The bourgeois versus the proletariat. I don't like using those words because it's kind of, but yes, Trump failed. I like to say employers versus employees. So socialism then are sort of solutions to this problem of the employer-employee problem, okay? How do we create a society not based off capitalism, but based off of basically where there is no longer this conflict, where people aren't being oppressed? My solution for this is that you create worker co-ops. Instead of having owners and employees, you have the employees own the business. You vote democratically on decisions within a business. That gets rid of the class distinction. Everyone is an employee and everyone is also an owner. Does that make sense? Okay. And that might solve a lot of social issues. Correct. There you go. Okay. Because right now, guys, the interests of the owners aren't in line with our interest. Their interest is to make us work as long and as hard as possible and to pay us as little as possible. Their interest is to keep us subservient and obedient to that system and allow them to keep power. Our interest is to take that power from them. All right. They have set up a system that keeps us obedient and passive so that they are allowed to stay in power. Okay. And we don't take that power for ourselves. We are the ones that do all the work. They reap all the benefits of that work. That is the dialectical materialism. It's that back and forth and back and forth. Okay. Anyway, I hope I'm not rambling on too much. Okay. Now I'm going to post that video. If you guys, she probably has a much better extended explanation there, but that's just the basic explanation. And I'll post it here for anyone who wants to watch the rest of her video. Thank you, Bright Love, for sending that. It sparked a good conversation. And it's really hard, guys, to... there you go, Promethean Rebel, right? Yeah, that's actually an incredibly well-worded example of specifically what kind of internal contradiction you phrasing deal with. There you go, Louise. The employer wants us to work as much as we can for as little as possible, and we, the employee, want to work as little as we can for as much as possible. Yes. Yes, okay. All right. You guys got it? All right. What do you mean daddy wants brain rot, meows? Or what do you mean daddy wants brain rot? I don't want brain rot. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. Literally, the bourgeois does want brain rot in our society. Idea that without competition, we're less likely to be... Okay, Jonas, great question. Let me put up my face. Let's do some theory, guys. So this is a problem, Jonas, that doesn't have a necessarily... I want to point out, guys, I think you know... yeah, exactly, Mr. Kincaid. None of this stuff is taught. Like, very little of it's taught. So let me explain a few things, okay? Okay. And by the way, okay, so Jonas asks, what about the idea that without competition, we're less likely to be innovative? So, Jonas, you'll notice that, and before I answer this, guys, I am a socialist, but I don't claim to have all the answers. There are some things I don't know the answer to. And I suspect that, of course, we'll never achieve the society I want because we're well far away from that. So if we're talking philosophically or theoretically here, just understand, I know I'm probably never going to get what I want. But we need to if we take steps in that direction, we can kind of address problems as they arise. I think a lot of times socialists don't really, some can be dogmatic and think they know exactly how the society will function. I'm not for that. So, Jonas, the idea that there wouldn't be competition. It is possible to have a market socialist society. Imagine if we had a bunch of co-ops, so all the businesses are owned collectively by the workers, but they compete with each other. It would be exactly the same thing as capitalist competition, except that it'd be worker co-ops competing with each other. Now, I don't know if that's the best option, but that's one form of socialism that's possible. Okay? There are other ways also to have competition in a socialist society. I want to point out, too, that a lot of innovation comes from government spending. It just does. A lot of innovation comes from government spending. Especially like the internet was partially invented by the government. So you could have a lot of research funded. Yeah, Jonas, it could. And that's one of the problems, right? But that's the same thing with capitalism, Jonas. That could lead to monopolies. Capitalism has the same problem. So in that form of socialism, you definitely want a government to prevent monopolies. So again, there are different options for how to deal with this, right? Okay. No, I wouldn't say he fell into it. It's a good question. There you go. The present economic state can shed little light into the socialist society of the future. Right, a bright love. Okay, so it's like there are things that I wouldn't. We might not have a full answer for yet, but I still think it would be better than capitalism. There's like the other form of socialism that we've partially seen before. Yeah, no, Jonas, you're just asking questions. I'm glad you are. Okay, you're fine, Jonas. All right. And some of these questions, there aren't necessarily fully good. Yeah, Lacroix, capitalism breeds innovation, but it's not always useful innovation, right? Like capitalism does cause a lot of innovation, but it's a lot of useless innovation, to be honest with you. I think that you can have really good innovation under socialism. Like look at China. China has done a lot of innovation. Now they have stolen a lot of stuff, but they've done a lot of innovation. And they, a large part, are socialist. You can also have, okay, there's a lot of ways to do innovation. The Soviet Union, by the way, the Soviet Union had a lot of innovation, right? They innovated. They like got things to space. They had other sorts of innovation. Okay, I'm not defending the Soviet Union, but there are other ways to do innovation too. You don't need capitalism for innovation. Okay, and by the way, under capitalism, innovation does not mean that people get to own the innovation, right? Like there's tons of really advanced stuff out there that none of us can have because we don't own it. We have to buy it first and we can't afford it. Not the same under socialism, right? Any innovation would be for everyone. Okay? Okay, you see what I mean? So I don't have perfect ideas. Yeah, correct. I'm going to say, Jonas, yeah, that's correct. Innovation doesn't always mean progress or good things, all right? We wouldn't have our glorious dystopia without capitalism, right, Meowzord? Okay. Yes, correct. That true, Macon. They fell behind. The Soviet Union did fall behind on innovation, but there's a lot of reasons for that. And that's I don't want that same kind of yeah, absolutely, Loiso. And the Soviet Union also, you understand, had lots of other issues too. There are ways to do socialism that are not top down. The socialism of the Soviet Union was basically top down in a lot of ways, which in a lot of ways didn't work. I don't want top down socialism. I want bottom up socialism. All right. Correct, Fox Emblem. All right. So, and by the way, guys, at this point in our history, we have enough good stuff that, you know, even if, let's say, innovation were theoretically were to slow down, okay, like a little bit or some shit, which I don't think it would. It wouldn't. I think it's a human thing. Oh, of course, Loy. So, no, you're right, Loy. So that was a lot later that it started slowing down on innovation. We're doing fine, right? I think it's much more important that everyone have access to current innovation than to constantly innovate. That being said, I don't think innovation would slow down under socialism. Just look at the Soviet Union. I agree, a bright love. And guys, if you want one positive thing about the Soviet Union, I think that the Soviet Union had a really cool structure. That it didn't operate the way it looked. Okay, so they had basically worker councils who would vote in representatives to represent them at a larger regional workers council, which then would vote a representative to represent them at a national labor council, who would then vote on and make decisions on things. It was, in theory, bottom up, in that we had all these democratic worker-owned councils that made the decisions all the way to the top. Unfortunately, that's not how it worked in the Soviet Union. It became a one-party state controlled by the Communist Party, who basically made all the decisions from the top down. But in theory, that's a pretty cool setup if it worked democratically, right? Anyway, that's not to defend the Soviet Union. You all know I'm not defending it, the crimes and the horror and things like that. But you almost never hear that aspect of the Soviet Union, the worker structure of it. Okay. Outer Signal, yeah, labor and unions need to make a serious comeback, 100%. Yeah, exactly. It didn't work well at all, Loiso, because it didn't work the way it was supposed to. But in theory, that's pretty cool. I wish we could have something like that actually worked in a democratic way. But it didn't work that way in the Soviet Union. Maybe we'd do something different about that. Okay. All right. Okay. Yay. All right. All right. So that becomes cool stuff, right? That'd be some cool stuff. Also, one last thing, guys. One of the things about capitalism that we don't think about, you often hear people say, well, capitalism is more efficient. You do know that everything under capitalism is more expensive. You know why? Because there's always a profit motive involved. So all these businesses are always adding a higher cost on a product than the product is worth. Like when you buy, I don't know, like if you were to buy some nail polish, let's say it's $12. I don't know how much nail polish is. It may have been made for $2, but it's being sold for $12 because someone needs to make a profit. That means that everything is more expensive than its actual cost, which is deeply inefficient. In a like socialist society, depending on how you structure it, this would be, it would be probably about the same cost as it was made for. So suddenly this would be $2 because there's no longer a profit motive. Now, it depends on the kind of socialist society, but okay. And that the fact that things are more expensive than they're worth causes bubbles in the economy that then results in a collapse of the economy, right? So if there's one thing you can say about the Soviet Union is that they were pretty economically stable. I'm way oversimplifying here, but you didn't see these massive economic collapses like capitalism has. As a matter of fact, because they didn't have this cycle, like when the Great Depression was happening, the Soviet Union didn't have a massive economic crash because they weren't linked into this system. It's not like they were doing great economically. They had other issues, but you don't see the crashes, okay? But anyway, I am not, you guys know I'm not defending the Soviet Union. I'm only talking about some of the few, that's for sure, Loy. So way super militarized. There are lots of problems with the Soviet Union. I am not pro-Soviet Union. The structure was a mess. It was bad for a lot of people there, okay? Bad for a lot of people there. And like Stalin was a goddamn lunatic, and I have no defense for Stalin. The mass death, the ethnic cleansing that took place, horrific, absolutely horrific. But there are, like, we can talk about certain aspects that somewhat worked, okay? And okay. All right. Yay. All right, you guys. So I am not a tanky. Okay, let me point it out, okay? All right, you guys. Yeah, guys. Absolutely, a Brightlove. That's a good way of phrasing it. There is a tendency in the West, a Brightlove said it just right. The economics of a system is not necessarily tied to the political leadership of the system, okay? Socialism is separate from Stalin. As in, like, the idea of socialism is not fundamentally, like, authoritarian, right? But it has been a trend in the West for propaganda reasons to be like, communism is when you have a totalitarian government that controls everything. Economic system is separate from political system. Now, there's interconnections, obviously, but you don't have to have both. You see what I mean? Jonas, I don't see it for a very long time. That's why I'm like, I know a lot of this is kind of pie in the sky stuff. I don't expect I'll ever get my way, but I would very much like for us to start moving at least in that direction somewhat, like at least become more like a social democracy. All right. Yeah, exactly. Trump failed. Okay. Okay. And Brightlove, I'm sorry we didn't watch the video. I'm really glad you sparked this conversation. So thank you. All right. All right, you guys. Exactly. Though, no, they weren't communist, Promethean Rebel. They were definitely, I would say they're socialist, at least in theory they were socialist, but okay. We can debate that though. All right, guys. So, yeah, they won't. It's capitalism all the way. Exactly. So I'm like, that's why, like, being a socialist in the United States is just like painful. It's just like super painful because we all know for the socialists out there that we're almost never going to get our way. And so that's why I get yelled at by some socialists. I'm like, you're not radical enough? I'm like, good luck with that. Okay, you're not going to make any good change. Yeah, unfortunately, elevator lady. Though Lenin had some really good ideas on some things. Okay, thank you, Matt Saigai, for the super chat there. Okay, all right. Okay, guys. CR, do you agree with the statement that there hasn't been a true form of communism in modern governmental systems? Yes. So, honestly, it's a debate that I think isn't. I don't know if it's particularly useful. But yeah, yes, Trump failed. I don't think, because true communism is where everything is owned in common, and in theory, the government doesn't exist anymore. The government sort of disappears. So I don't believe that we have seen a true communist system. We can nitpick this. A lot of parties that call themselves communist parties, the reason they call themselves communist is they're trying to head towards a communist society. It doesn't mean that they actually are a communist society. We can debate this. Absolutely, Promethean Rebel. Okay. All right. All right, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm just rambling on about theory here. So, guys, my main goal, guys, is that in the United States, I want workers to have more of a say. I want everyone to have a higher wage, have to work fewer hours. I want the people to have more democratic control over their workplaces. I want the elites. I don't want there to be elites. I want us to control the government. I want a real democracy. I think that's one of the failures of American democracy, is that, American democracy, the only kind of democracy we care about is political democracy. Why not economic democracy? Like, we're all obsessed with democracy in this country. Why are we okay with going to work for private tyrants who control every aspect of our lives in the workplace? We spend most of our lives laboring for a dictator, or a dictatorship. A lot of us do. And then we're like, oh, we have freedom. No, you don't. You live under a corporate dictatorship. Okay. Your wages are determined by them. You don't make any decisions. I want us to have more say over our workplaces. I want the government to be us. I don't want it to be run by the bourgeois. All right. Not necessarily, Jonas. This is debatable, Jonas. We don't have to have centralized control for some. Yeah, there'll probably always need to be a national government of some kind, but it can be more diffuse. We can debate this. Yeah. All right. So, okay. All right, you guys. Exactly, Elevator. It's the forever debate. A lot of these stuff are still debated, Jonas, okay? And guys, can I also mention that when capitalism came into being, it failed. There were multiple failures of capitalism, or multiple disastrous examples of capitalism where tons of people died. Think about the Belgian Congo. Think about stuff like that. Before we got to a form of capitalism where fewer people died, but there's still a lot of death due to capitalism, right? You see what I mean? So we have already seen some attempts at socialism that haven't gone too well, that have been horrible failures, okay, or have resulted in mass death and destruction. One of the good things is that we now know that's not how you should do that, okay? Or at least there are better ways to do it, and things like that. So we should learn from the mistakes of socialism in the past, or I should say of socialist governments. I wouldn't say that the socialism was the issue in a lot of cases, all right? All right. Anyway. Yeah, we have no ownership over our labor. I got you, Jonas. Jonas, Jonas says, I'm trying to figure out whether I'm a social democrat or a commie. You can be a social democrat. You too, Tisha. Thank you for stopping by. Forgive me for rambling on about socialist theory here. Please come back. Please come back, Tisha. I love having you here. You make my life complete. All right. So, Jonas, you can be ideologically communist, and then for the sake of strategy, advocate short term for moving towards social democracy. That's kind of what I do, because no way am I going to be able to push people to go communist. So I'm willing to just move us in that direction. So, okay, fine. If social democracy is what we can accomplish, let's get there, which will make it easier to go communism later, okay? Anyway, I know a lot of lefties will hate me for that, but I don't know what else to do in this country. Okay. So, let's watch another thing here, guys. I know I'm rambling aimlessly. Let's watch something else here. This was sent by Mr. Kincaid.
All right, guys, I got to give you updates about what's going on with the ICE.
This was sent by Mr. Kincaid. Let's watch it. Okay, yeah, there you go, Outer Signal. Let's watch this. So this is just a video from Kyle Kalinske about, I guess, how ICE is torturing babies and children. Yay! LaQuaw, how dare you, okay? Yay! La, 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 la. Or as some people. So let's watch that. Don't clip that. All right, let's just see what this is about. Forgive me. I know I got caught up talking theory here, but all right. Guys, I started this channel not to do the socialism bit, but to fight fascism. So I don't need to get my way. I just need us to get away from fascism, okay? Even if that means remaining capitalist, but moving somewhat to the left so that we're not in this fascist shithole. And for the lefties out there, you can't go further to the left if you have a boot on your neck. So we might need to make some sacrifices in ideology to at least get out of fascism. We might not be able to go to complete ownership of the businesses in order to get out of fascism. But anyway, we can debate this. Shut up, Matt Saigai. How dare you? All right, let's go. Let's watch Kyle Kalinske.
Gestapo thugs, and it's not good. It is not good. In fact, there's been a
Your
bunch
favorite
of
Matt
lies
Saigai
that have happened recently because of Stephen Miller, because of Donald Trump. They did a head fake. Now, I warned you at the time that it was a head fake. Now it has been validated to indeed be a head fake. So I'll get to that in a little bit.
I got you, Jonas. This is okay. We'll talk more later, Jonas. How about that? I'll do another stream about it.
First, let me start with this. Trump administration seeks to expedite removal of 5-year-old Minnesota boy. So, of course, we're talking about Liam here. Liam with his cute hat. His picture went viral on social media when ICE Gestapo thugs kidnapped him, wearing that hat with his little backpack on. Turns out, when he was in ICE custody, of course, he was fed toxic, moldy food with worms in it. He got sick.
God.
He was
Dear God. Love that. Yay! La, da, 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 da.
on a fever. Eventually, there was a court order which a judge demanded that Liam be released, so he was released. But even after Liam was released, you now have the Trump regime trying to fast-track deportation of Liam. Let me repeat that. This 5-year-old who awakened the conscience of a nation, already went through hell, and you would think they'd back away from the ledge. Wrong. Now they're trying to fast-track Liam's deportation. Absolutely disgusting. Does Liam look like a criminal to you?
Hey, W.
Does Liam look like he's violent to you?
This little kid is so cute. Oh, it's so look at that little hat he's wearing too. I'm gonna cry. Oh, we really are. We ought to do something, guys.
Does Liam look like he's a problem for anybody to you? No, of course he's not. These people are absolutely sick and depraved. That's what they are. All right, let me give you some more here. Federal agents abducted Eustaquio Orozco Verduzco, an organizer known in Minnesota for fighting wage theft and labor trafficking. His family is now going public amid growing calls for his release. Quote, all we care about is having him back with us. Okay, now, as Adam Johnson points out, how ICE is an arm of capital, example number 7,893, a man who's lived in the U.S. for 20 years was targeted because he was a labor organizer who fought, among other injustices, against wage theft. He had helped workers, documented and not documented, recover $6 million, and now he's in a cage in New Mexico.
Disgusting.
So yet again, let me reiterate. What they're doing here has nothing to do with immigration. Nothing at all. You think they're building 23 concentration camps to just round up criminal immigrants? No. They're building those concentration camps to round up dissidents, to round up everybody who's anti-MAGA, everybody who makes a stink about stuff. Okay? That's what they're doing. And the main reason they're going after this guy is because he's a labor organizer. So they're working on behalf of the Epstein class, the billionaires. That's what's happening here. They're torturing children and babies. You can't reform this.
Who was it that said that you can judge a society based off how it treats its children? Yeah, Jonas. Yeah, me too, elevator lady. I love his wife. Okay. We live in a disgusting society and we ought to do something about it, Americans. Okay. You can't reform this shit. This shit needs to go. Bye-bye. And then can we please have some trials for some accountability? Met out some punishment for these monsters that are doing this to people? Like a new Nuremberg trials, but like an effective Nuremberg trials, not like the last ones. Okay.
Children trapped in Texas immigration facility recount nightmares, inedible food, no school. A photo of Liam Coneo Ramos, a scared 5-year-old, drew attention to a detention center in Dilley,
Louise, you said it. I can't say it, but you said it.
Texas.
I can't say that I agree with you, Louise. No, Louise, that would be illegal. I would never promote that on stream. Shame on you, Louise. Everyone read what Louise said. Everyone read what Louise said. Not because I agree with her. I would never say that on live stream. I'm just saying I think everyone should read what Louise is saying. Everyone should read what Louise is saying. Okay. Anyway. It is. It's Crystal Ball. Crystal Ball is his wife.
We could say his experience reflects what hundreds of children have endured out of public view. Families describe sleeping in crowded dorm-style rooms with little privacy and filthy shared bathrooms. Outdoor areas are largely concrete and tightly supervised, parents say, and there are few toys or activities to occupy children indoors. Quote, "It is a prison where we are keeping children as young as 1 year old," said Elora Mukherjee, a professor at Columbia Law School and director of its Immigrants' Rights Clinic, who has represented several detained families. Quote, "We're keeping children there who are currently breastfeeding. It's unconscionable. Food is a recurring source of distress. Court filings describe meals that are greasy, heavily seasoned, or inappropriate for preschoolers and infants. Several parents said they found worms or mold. Some children survive largely on crackers and juice. One mother said she resorted to sucking pasta sauce off noodles for her child."
Oh, of course not. Amy Klobuchar is a centrist POS. She wouldn't do anything. She's a corporate drone, okay? Corporate drone, right? I can't stand her. Yeah, it's completely, yeah. Amy Klobuchar will be worse than Walz. Amy Klobuchar is the most boring centrist corpo dem imaginable. I cannot stand Amy Klobuchar, okay? Correct, Macon.
He would eat. Eric Lee, an immigration attorney who has represented families at Dilley, described a child suffering from appendicitis who collapsed in pain after having been denied meaningful medical attention. The child passed out in a hallway, vomiting and writhing, Lee said, only to be offered Tylenol. The psychological toll can be just as severe. During a recent visit, Lee said, a 5-year-old girl described a recurring nightmare. A large animal chases her, but she can't outrun it because she's trapped in a cage. She and her siblings wake up crying for their mom every night because they're worried they're going to get separated from her.
Oh my God, we live in a nightmare. We live in a goddamn nightmare. Oh my God, you guys. Oh my God.
Lee said, they're literally torturing children and babies. That's what's happening. You need to abolish us. There's no way around it. They need to be eliminated.
You know it, Fox
Emblem. They were created in
Emblem.
fucking 2003, okay? The idea that they're necessary, they're not. They're now the secret police. They're now the Gestapo. Look at how they're treating babies. Babies.
Yep.
By the way, there's a massive class action lawsuit here just waiting to happen. Massive. Because you can't torture people like that.
It's not our fault those babies are being used by human shields by immigrants, right? Like, okay, let's make the Israel argument here. It's not our fault, that really those immigrants shouldn't be using those babies as human shields to shield them from deportation. It's not our fault that we've thrown them into camps. They were being used as human shields.
You can't torture people like this. They have human rights.
There you go, Macon.
How about this one? Toddler was returned to ICE custody and denied medication after hospitalization, lawsuit says. So this precious little girl had 104 fever. She was taken to the hospital. She was treated for all sorts of stuff. COVID, the flu, RSV, all sorts of stuff. They sent her back with medicine. The ICE Gestapo thugs did not give her the medicine. She almost fucking...
Though, admittedly, Promethean Rebel, the scale has massively increased. You're absolutely right. They've always been Gestapo, but they've been quiet Gestapo, right? They've been like behind-the-scenes Gestapo. They haven't ruffled the feathers of too many Americans because they've been so behind the scenes. But now they're just like out in the open doing it, right? But no, I totally agree with you, Promethean Rebel.
Died. Toddler almost died. They didn't even tell the parents when they took her to the hospital with her 104 fever. They didn't even tell the parents the dad wasn't allowed to come. The ICE Gestapo thugs went. They were given the medicine and they didn't give her the medicine. Mass trials. These people need to go to prison. Miller is still running 10 a.m. conference calls 6 days a week to issue orders and demand updates on deportations, new ICE officer deployments, and prosecutions. ICE field commanders...
Oh my God, thank you so much, W. Really, thank you so much for the donation, the $10 donation. W says, as sad as it sounds, I think Trump will issue another blanket pardon before his last days in office. Oh, you know it, W. If he leaves office, but yes, okay. Yeah, that pardons ICE and DHS officials, agents, and contractors as a final fuck you to the rule of law. Almost certainly, W. Almost certainly. That's my big fear. You know, I'm so actually shocked that they haven't done worse, knowing that Trump will probably pardon them because he's already pardoned tons of other criminals and monsters and human rights abusers. Yeah, absolutely, W.
Have not been waived off the ambitious arrest quotas he set last May.
True, Promethean
So
Rebel.
understand, while Trump came out and did this whole show, this whole theater about how I'm getting rid of Bovino, I'm sending in Hamhead Homan. Homan says we're going to remove 700 of the ICE Gestapo thugs. Meanwhile, there were 3,000 there originally. The people on the ground in Minnesota are saying literally nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. It's
For sure, Mr. King K.
still an illegal occupying army. They're still harassing people. They're still separating people. They're still rounding up innocents. They're still ignoring that they need warrants and
Right, Mr.
acting with
King K.
impunity. And Stephen Miller is still running these phone calls where he yells at the ICE Gestapo
wow.
thugs and says, "What are you doing? Arrest more people. What's the problem with you? What's wrong with you?" And this all is fucking Chuck Schumer is sitting there trying to negotiate. Hey, you got to get rid of the quotas. Does it sound like they're going to get rid of the fucking quotas, Chuck? Does it sound like that? The only way around this is to defund them. You can't, there is no like, we're demanding that you actually follow the Constitution with the warrants. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. You have to defund them. You have to reduce the funding. There's no way.
Yeah, the Democrats are going to send a very angrily worded letter to the Trump administration and be like, hey, stop. Stop it, you. Bad Trump administration. Stop it. That's what they're going to do. We all they're not, we need to defund them, right? They need to have the purse. We need to use the power of the purse. They need to use the power of the purse for them to be stopped, okay?
Around it, Chuck. All the other things you negotiate away, they can just fucking ignore because they've done it before and they'll do it again. You can't make a deal with these people. They're full of shit. They're fucking liars, okay? That even when the courts step in and say, you guys got to follow this, they've blown off countless court orders. There's no guarantees. You have to defund them. You have to defund them. They're still deporting veterans. Newsweek says military veteran deported to Jamaica after 50 years in the U.S. Military veteran, fought for this country, here for 50 years. They deported him.
Macy, power. I can't say that word, Macy, but that's hilarious. No, it's power of the put. I know, Macy, for the Democrats, for sure.
To learn from this. You're never really, truly American. So why should I serve them for any reason whatsoever?
Yeah, Cody.
Right? This is literally a nation of immigrants. And now they're saying, fuck all of the immigrants. So you're breeding a society that rightly is going to look at you and go, all right, well, fuck you then. Right? Nobody's going to want to pay their taxes. Nobody's going to want to sign up for the military. It is the literal destruction of the country from within. You're making people
Finn, oh no,
hate
what
this
happened?
country. Rightly so. Rightly so.
Did you actually throw up?
Oh. Dropside News says, the whereabouts and health status of Palestinian resident of Patterson, New Jersey, Lequa Cordia remains
outer signal. How very dare you, Mr. President? That was unconscionable. Muse to the camera. When we fight, we win. Here's an additional $5 billion for ICE. Yeah, oh my God, it's so true. Outer signal. Oh my God, it's so true. It's so true. Dear God. Okay. Yeah, there you go, Jonas. So now the president that skirted fighting in Vietnam is now throwing vets out of the country. Oh my God. Holy crap. The comedy writes itself. I mean, dark comedy, but Jesus Christ. Okay, we're living in a goddamn comedy skit. I swear to God.
Unconfirmed as of Sunday evening, her family and legal team say, following her emergency hospitalization on Friday. Cordia, on February 6, reportedly suffered a medical emergency, identified by a formerly detained individual as a fall resulting in a head injury and seizure at the Prairie Land Detention Center in Texas. Her legal team contacted 16 hospitals in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but none confirmed she was a patient. While ICE officials confirmed to her attorneys on Saturday morning that she was hospitalized, they did not disclose the facility's name or her current condition.
True, Macy.
Cordia has been in ICE custody for nearly a year. since March 13th, 2025, when she was detained during a routine immigration check-in. Advocates and legal filings strongly suggest she was targeted by the Trump administration for her pro-Palestinian activism.
Oh, shocking, right? In the country of freedom of speech. Okay, like, there you go, Loy. So, like, even though it's unrealistic, it needs to be done. Okay. By the way, Louise, no, it's not spelled Cristal. There's a Y in there. It's what is it? CRYSTAL. So no, you're wrong too, Louise. I'm being a dick, Louise, but okay. But anyway, who do we got here? Okay. So anyway, isn't that fun, guys? Let's continue.
Participation in the 2024 Columbia University protests. Despite an immigration judge twice ordering her release on bond, ICE has utilized automatic stays to keep her detained. Yet again, blowing off court orders to keep this woman detained. And what was her crime? Being pro-Palestine. What was her crime?
Of course. Yeah, because, you know, being anti-genocide is like the worst crime in this country. I mean, that matches with the history, folks, right? I mean, hey, at least they're consistent, right? At least they're yes, Louise, but it doesn't. I don't care, Louise. I'm just like, I'm being an asshole grammar Nazi here, or spelling Nazi. Anyway, like, okay, at least they're consistent historically. We've loved genocideers, right? So hey, you know, this is, we're making America great again. We're just keeping on the tradition of genocide. Yay! God bless America. Okay.
Genocide and protesting.
No, I know, Jonas. I agree. I think she's aiming a bit low.
Using her constitutional rights. There is a special place in hell for these Trump regime thugs. There's a special place in hell. They've destroyed the Constitution. They've destroyed the First Amendment. They've destroyed free speech. And by the way, where the fuck are all the free speech warriors who said our number one issue is free speech and free protest and the First Amendment? Where are you now? Where's Dave Rubin? Where's Ben Shapiro? Where's fucking Sargon of Akkad? Where's their 17 hours?
There's news about Lindsey Graham, Finn? I haven't heard about that.
Screeds about how Trump is destroying the Constitution, ripping it up and shitting on it and lighting it on fire, all to protect Benjamin Netanyahu and the genocidal Israeli apartheid state. Where are you?
Wait a minute, it's already on fire. What do you mean? He's currently ripping it up and lighting it on fire? It's already gone. It's just a pile of ashes at this point. But fair. I'm being a bit of course, Jonas. I'm being a bit harsh on Kyle, but yeah. And this is one more reason why Crystal Ball should be married to Jonas and not to Kyle. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm standing up for Jonas here. Here you go.
You're nowhere to be found, right? You're nowhere to be found. In fact, you are fine with this because as long as the anti-free speech crusade targets your political enemies, you're cool with it. You're cool with it. You just are. Just be honest. Just say that part. ICE forces women detainees to wear diapers.
Oh, good.
And compares them to goats locked in a cage.
Oh, good.
What? So let me show you this video here. Take a look.
We're disguising the identity of a former worker here.
Oh, we already watched this clip here. But yeah, guys, as I said, it doesn't take much to go become a death camp, and they're already dehumanized. They're already having them wear diapers and calling them bodies and all this other stuff. Won't take much more, okay?
At the ICE detention facility.
Lois, so I would never do that. I would never do that. But Jonas might be able to, but I can't do it.
The 6th floor of this federal building in Baltimore because they signed a non-disclosure agreement before starting work here, which means they could face legal retaliation for talking about it.
People laying on the floor, head to toe. That reminded me of the pictures that I saw in elementary school.
We already heard this.
How they brought
I'm going to skip ahead because we already heard this.
At the time in ICE 47, Friday, the spokesperson, all staff and contract.
Out of the ball.
The conscience of somebody who signed up to work for ICE. Can you imagine the depravity? Can you imagine? From the New York Times, as FBI agent prepared
Macon,
to document
it's not lawn. Come on, Macon. It's like, yeah, it's not lawn until we've gotten that point where they're called logs or units or something like that.
And bullet holes in Renee Good's SUV. They received orders to stop from senior officials, including Kash Patel. So the cover-up in the murder of Renee Nicole Good is official. It's from the top down. It's from the FBI.
Thank you, Matt.
They're interfering with a state and local investigation into a murder that we have on camera from like 6 different angles. There's no reforming the Trump regime. There is no reforming it. And then we also have this.
Yep.
New, working as a federal prosecutor used to be one of the most apolitical positions in government. Now when you apply for one of the many vacant positions for those posts at the DOJ, you're required to weigh in on Trump's policies. Quote, how would you help advance the president's executive orders and policy priorities in this role? Read one of the queries on an application for a job in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota. Identify one or two relevant executive orders or policy initiatives that are significant to you and explain how you would help implement them if hired. They're doing Trump loyalty tests for positions which are explicitly supposed to be apolitical and explicitly supposed to be about the law. Just about the law. And this is where we get a situation where Kash Patel intervenes and says, we're not going to arrest the person. We're not going to even do an investigation into a murder we just saw with our own two eyes from multiple different angles. So people need to wake up. People need to wake up.
Yeah.
This is a rogue regime. ICE and the CBP completely ignore court rulings. They've arrested people with tattoos.
So what are we going to do about it, guys?
Lied and said it means they're in a gang, even if the shit just says mom and dad. They sent people to concentration camps.
Yep.
They arrested multiple veterans from all over the place. Right now, they're holding 70,000 people.
Jesus.
In ICE detention, there are 70,000, including thousands of children. Thousands of them. This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a regime and an agency that allegedly lynched a guy. They've deported 4-year-old American citizens. You need to understand what we're dealing with here. This is out in the open, rank fascism. That's what it is. That's what it is. And they're not going to stop with the mass kidnappings and abductions and human traffickings until we fucking make them. Until we make them. People have every right to defend themselves. People have every right to organize against this. And all the ICE observers are heroes. And they're doing amazing work. And I think, you know, this is something that needs to grow. And this is something that needs to become bigger because given the extent of the depravity, it's all systems go. We need to pull out all the stops to prevent this.
I agree.
All right, guys, that's the show. I love you all very much, man. You guys know the drill. Everybody, please do me a big favor and subscribe to the channel. You can also support the show on Patreon and support Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. Those links are below. And go subscribe to Worlds. You can see
it even gets into weird sort of, I don't believe in X-Men stuff.
Okay, one second, guys.
Like that, where
the hell is that sound?
A person can develop abilities or techniques.
All right, so that's Kyle Kalinske. Sorry, I accidentally clicked a button there and I couldn't see anyone. Okay, guys, so that's good. So again, you know, we live in a fascist regime. And you cannot stand in the center, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Yay! Oh, my goodness. Love that for us. Okay, I'm going to put my face up. Well, I'll put my face up, guys. So, this is what we're going to do. It is currently 4:43. I am going to get off now. Okay? So, I'm going to get off now. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so I likely won't be streaming unless something big happens. I'm sorry, Loiso. What, guys? You guys are so gross. Why are you all big gross? L, how dare you, Malzord? What do you want me to... You know what? How about this? How about you want to watch one more video before I get off, guys? LaQuan, oh my God, the whole community is disgusting, okay? You all disgust me. You all disgust me. So, thank you, LaQuan. All right, so... All right, you know what? Okay, we're not going to watch another video. Fuck all of you. So I'll come back on. I know, Jonas. Well, everyone else has already said everyone else has already said everything depraved. So this is what we're gonna do. Lois, oh my God, you disgust me. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do, guys. For the folks that are over on Twitch, I'm going to send you off to another creator. Okay. For those that are, you know, I'm gonna try and raid people more often to get more people in here. So I'm gonna find a random. Anyone have a creator they want to recommend for me to send people to? Okay, okay. Bye, Meowsword. Anyone have someone they want to send? They want me to that they recommend me sending people to. I'm trying to look. Let me quickly find someone to send you guys to, and then guys, give me a second here for the people on YouTube. Give me a second. I'll say goodbye here in a second. I want to see if I can find someone that's like socialist or at least not a lunatic. Okay, that's going to be hard. So we'll do. Let's see here. Anyone live? Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, this person looks good. I don't know who this is.
Yeah.
We'll see if you guys like it.
Got back though, like what?
How it's been?
All right, so I'm going to send you to a guy who I don't know who he is, but heck, it'll be fun. Whatever, who cares? So I'm going to copy and paste that. All right, guys. So here what we're going to do. Ready for it? Does the platform matter? It'll have to be, okay. Small creator. No, I'm not going to send people over to. Yeah, screw all of you. I'm not going to send people over to Hassan. He's fine. All right. No, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to. Everyone ready? He said, "I am, guys. I'm sending you to some guy." So you're gonna. He looks like a socialist, and there's only one person watching his stream, and his tags are socialism and fuck Trump. So I feel like it's a good choice. You have to exercise critical thinking. Okay. So you all know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. Okay. That includes when you watch me. I am not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. Because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves and not listen to authority figures. 1 second. I'm trying to make sure I can actually do it. All right, guys. All right. So there you go. / That's how you do it. All right. So do that. Okay. So I'm going to do second of all, all right, we're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. The way to fix that is major reforms. We need major reforms in this world. You can't stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't do that, okay? Never forget Chainbreaker. Never forget the things that have happened to people. Things that have happened to people in the past, etc., and always fight for a better future, okay? Some people died for us. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste. And on that note, folks, have a good rest of your day, morning, evening, night, day. I'll come back on Thursday. Everyone on Twitch ready to be sent over to some random guy? He's going to be very excited. Everyone ready for it? Everyone ready to be sent over to some random guy? Promote me, folks. Do my bidding. I don't know how big his community is, but we're going to be nice to this guy, okay? You're all going to be nice. Be nice, okay? And everyone, poop. All right. It's intended for mature audiences. Everyone ready? 8 viewers ready to raid. You're all ready to go. I'm going to launch you away. Bye-bye, folks. Have a good day. All right. For the people that are on YouTube, for the people over on YouTube, you're all great. I'm going to say bye to you too now. Okay. Love you all very much. You all have a good rest of your day. Okay. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.